All right. Oh, son of a bitch. All right, back at it again. Now I have played some leagues off stream in the past week, just a few matches here and there. So currently I am at Silver 2 34 LP. Honestly, I'm making some good track record right now, getting into fucking gold. Like holy shit, it's probably like my fastest run so far. Mm. Hang on, sorry, got a message from somebody. Could have sworn this was only a mod only thing. Anyway. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Hello? You guys show up real quick. Hello, Game Challenger Wolf, you're new here. Hello, Night Slayer, welcome back. Alright, let's do this. New into the game right now, so can't exactly call upon him to help out a little bit, so hopefully we can get a few up here to a question. Who do you think wins, Mario or Kirby? I'm pretty sure Kirby beats Mario. I think their scaling's close enough to where, like, I don't really think you can... I'm pretty sure Kirby just takes that. Because Kirby, you can argue potentially the Uni Plus, and I think the highest you can get Mario is Uni Plus as well. Alright. Really? I queue up Jungle, and I'm still waiting the full minute? Come on now. Kirby can have powers, dude? Yeah, but, like, the problem is that, like, if Mario's stronger than him, that wouldn't matter. So, I'm pretty sure they scale comparable enough to where Kirby is. Kyle, what the fuck are you doing in chat? Kirby is multi, actually? Like, are we talking low multi? It's all he gets off Discord. Very convenient. Who is best LOL girl? That depends on preferences. That very much depends on preferences. You can't even say like, oh, who's the most physically attractive by standards, by like your like standard metric because they all kind of share the same body type. I think like I've never bothered to actually sit down and like fucking measure breast sizes or anything, but I think technically Misfortune has the biggest one. But I could be wrong there. No, speak of the devil. Hello, go.
That's not very misfortunate, is it?
Wow. Hey, you know, she got them when her mom got murdered in front of her. Kirby is 2B from scaling to avoid Termina. Oof. In your opinion, Zim, who is the best? In my opinion, who's the best girl in League of Legends? In my opinion. You know, that's a good question. That's a good question. Hang on. Kyle, what is the what does the thumbnail show for the stream? You know why am I asking? Let me check myself. Yeah. That's weird. Got a little bit of delay there. I'm pretty sure I have the right thumbnail on.
Can I just say I hate cards that steal monsters from your side of the field?
Oh, that's rich coming from you.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah.
Don't steal them.
Oh yeah, you don't So Kyle, do you think Kirby beats Mario as well? Also, Galactic Knight from Super Kirby Clash. League of Legends, but a ball will never beat his medal. You don't know that?
The only two Nintendo versus I actually scale was like a little bit of Fire Emblem and Pokemon. All the rest, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go off like hearsay.
Okay, so we're fighting Urgot top lane. That shouldn't be too bad. Why is life pain? Yeah, no. For the most part, don't really scale Nintendo either. I'm just pretty sure Kirby beats Mario since, like, at worst case scenario, their scalings are comparable, and then Kirby just stomps. Kale is simple though. How is Kale simple? First off, if we're gonna talk about League of Legends girls in depth, oh boy, you might be asking for a little much there. The most in-depth character League of Legends has is probably Pantheon outside of Arcane. Versus has them at 4A. If they're comparable, Kirby wins. I don't think like anyone would argue against that. If you argue Mario and Kirby are comparable in like stats and abilities, I'm pretty sure Kirby takes that. The fuck is he doing? I don't know if you guys can hear my brother laughing in the background like a maniac. What the fuck's going on over there? Anyways, yeah, no. Unfortunately, League of Legends characters just don't have a lot of depth in general. You got some exceptions here and there. Jinx. Currently, right now, the story of League of Legends follows Jinx hard because Arcane is carrying the franchise. So, yeah, currently it's Jinx. In the actual narrative of the story, technically Kasai right now. Because we're getting a Void event this year, and the current cinematic for the season showed Kasai and Talia fighting Rek'Sai. So with the Void showing up, she's going to be playing probably the biggest role. Fuck me, he's loud. Hey Kyle, you ever play Sekiro?
I have not, but I have it scheduled for like something I should play.
Because I was going to say, because my brother bought it, so I'm going to play it later. Since Mangler keeps recommending it like every fucking time we talk to him.
Oh my god, fucking give me my turn.
If only I did show up Mordekaiser. Dude, Mordekaiser is going to be fucking sick when he finally shows up in the story. Even though Jinx is the weakest power-wise. Yeah, but the problem is that, there's no overarching story in League of Legends right now. They do one every, like, year now. They started with Viego. The Viego story failed miserably. It was probably the worst event they ever had. And I've been playing this game for 10 years, so I've seen some ups and downs. I like Viego. I like a lot of what could have...
Up your ass.
Wow. Yeah, I finished my Slifer deck, actually, with the new Slifer support I found. And it's actually... I can like, turbo out Slifer turn 1 pretty consistently. Does Beyonder still think that omnipotence means being above logic? Probably. Love me so. Oh, that's not... Oh, is that going to be... Wait, who's our jungler? Oh my goodness, it's a fucking... Does he even set jungle? Yikes. What the... Okay. As long as they don't die, I guess it's fine.
How many pendulum fusions do you have?
Oh yeah, pendulums are terrible. Like, everyone hates pendulums.
And there is one. All else is rationalization. There is no hiding from the light.
Viego should sign up for Linkin Park and be a thing. They actually did release a new sequel story to Sentinels of Light with Pantheon in it. It's pretty good. The only thing is that it kind of, it does confirm what I wanted it to confirm, that Viego did corrupt Pantheon and bring back the aspect of war and all that jazz. But they left a line there that kind of caught me a little off guard. Apparently, like, even as an aspect, climbing the mountain is a big fucking deal. Like, it's super fucking traumatizing still. And Viego just went up the mountain like, oh, a soul up there? No fucking problem, bro. Climbing the mountain beyond time and space? Get me the fuck over there. And I'm just like, that's self-minded nature. Which League of Legends girl is the most powerful? Technically, the lolly. For now, it's technically Zoe. Other characters could scale to her, but Zoe is canonically stated consistently to be the strongest aspect right now. Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer's pretty good. Or, I mean, like, it depends. It's not the worst thing out there for sure. Sat, buddy, I need you to fuck off for a second. Okay, so unfortunately the coordination there was just not there because Set fucking grabbed him with his fucking E. And I missed it. Hello,
I'm just trying to think, what's the reason? I don't need overload fusion. I don't have any dark machines.
Is that what the deck recommends?
That's what you told me to get.
Overlay?
Overload fusion.
I think that's what Mangler said. Hang on.
Yeah, but I don't have any dark machines, so it's like useless to me.
Let's see. Oh, it's got a flash there. Well, that ended up going poorly. Alright. Thankfully, well, it's not really good. I lost all my fucking sums there. It's not too good. As someone who reads Inspiring Philosophy, Frank Turek, and WLC, I can assure you he has no idea what he's talking about. I don't know, man. Philosophy is kind of a thing I try to, like, you can talk about it if you want. It's not like politics where I'll tell you to kind of, like, stop talking about it, but it's like, philosophy is so fucking weird because you, like, everyone has, like, the whole point of philosophy is that everyone basically has different interpretations. Like, they're all just different schools of thought. So it's kind of like, if your idea of omnipotence is being based on the idea of what a philosopher said, it's like, okay, so how does that make it more valid than this philosopher?
I do not fear the holy fire.
I'd be curious how Aatrox react to Fiddlesticks. You know, that's a good question, actually, because Aatrox and Fiddlesticks should be on the same page. Because Aatrox wants to kill everything so he can finally die. Also, funnily enough, Viego probably could have brought him back, but, you know, they probably realized that, so they never had Viego and Aatrox interact.
Fear the cleansing fire.
This is lolly deck. Get out of here.
Tell your friend he can use Overload Fusion to bring Chimera Over Dragon or Chimera Tech Mega Fist Over Dragon. Kyle, so you gotta get some Over Dragons in your deck, buddy. Or in your, they're probably in your XYZ. Go look up Over Dragons. Also, that reminds me, I'll have to tell Bobby later that you post down her hot takes, not DMC scans.
Stand and be judged.
What the hell is Seth doing? No, like, unironically, so I don't think anyone's talked about this at all because everyone hates Viego. But when the Aspect of War was killed by Aatrox, he did the same thing to it that happened to him. And Viego was able to bring back the Aspect of War. So Viego could probably have brought back Aatrox's original body and freed him from his curse if they let them interact. Personally, I'm just curious if Mordekaiser could do something similar, because according to Riot, Mordekaiser's stronger than Viego, but if he doesn't have the resurrection ability, I'd argue Viego's more useful. If those two end up teaming up for the Mordekaiser event, though, that's gonna be whole. Oh, thank you. Oh, set! Fucking trash! I'm not gonna do it.
They cannot kill justice.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing.
I was a bit surprised you only didn't run to Viego. Oh man, I fucking hate these people.
Dark sin.
Come on. Is that on this? Nope. Oh. Nice. Zeus and Adam do have Uni plus scaling, or low multi technically.
Guide my sword.
Okay, Zim just posted the vid. Alright, I'll take a look at it afterwards. Oh boy. I just want to point out that I don't even think set jungle's an actual fucking thing. Thankfully, Urgot did not get the kill. The kill went to Warwick, but honestly, that might be worse in this case. No, it's not a mismatch. Well, this depends on your whole statements versus speed situation. Personally, I'm chill with statements, but I know some people are very feet focused.
What is dark in me, I will illuminate.
So I decided to make Valerie the point of view character and introduce David later. I will experiment with this and see how it goes. Alright, good choice, Osra. Good choice.
Celestial realm awaits.
Even if Goku and Vegeta get to fusion, technically, I wonder how my Lucy would be if you saw Mordekaiser alive. Well, Lucian and Mordekaiser have no history. Like, Lucian was so underutilized for Sentinels of Light event too. It was fucking not good. So much potential just wasted there. They're starting to come back because like the Pantheon story was really fucking good, but they're gonna need a lot of stories to make up for the setups they failed there. Poor Yorick, man. Poor Yorick. Yorick fans everywhere just get shafted every time Riot does something. No fusion for Goku and Vegeta? Well, fusion wouldn't matter. Because the problem is that, like, you can't really prove Goku and Vegeta scale above low 2C. Even if they fuse, they would just be low 2C. But, like, we have arguments for Zeus at least having, like, regular 2C. Dude, Set, shut the fuck up. Okay, so we're currently a bit behind the CS, but that's fine. Yorick shall build an Iron Mordekaiser. Dude, Yorick's opponent in the lore is fucking Viego. The fact that fucking... The fact that his enemy fucking... I'm not a big fan of Cuphead in general.
Only the divine may judge.
Yep, I got back out here. Who's their mid laner again? Oh, hang on. Let's get rid of that.
On the wings of fire, hope ascends.
Hang on, guys, 1 second.
Your guilt was clear.
Hang on. Oh, alright, fuck, we need to back up a little bit. Nope, there's Yasuo. Hang on, Tristan, I'll read your comment right now. I gotta make some plays here because this set is determined to be fucking trash. Nice. Alright, what do you got? Hot take, but scaling characters with infinite power but on the same AP are pointless. Could you elaborate a little bit?
I salute the fallen.
Like, I think I know what you're saying, but like, could you specify a little clearly? Like, do you mean like scaling characters in tier 2? Because like, so it's like infinite multiversal, and then it's like just infinite fourth dimensional, like one space time. They're technically the same thing. I actually visit the character rant wiki or Reddit. It's like this one Reddit page where a lot of people bitch about power scaling and character writing, but they do bring up some good ideas on occasion.
Find grace, I cannot fall.
Rampage.
Surrender and I'll make this quick.
Turret plating will fall soon.
There you go.
I am not dead. Let's loose the flame. The light of my devotion will set the world aflame. I bring the light back. The path to the light is a lonely one.
So, you know what? I don't know if I'm getting better at this game or the people I'm fighting are just more trash than usual, but Kale actually loses this matchup.
Right to glory.
Like, I lose to Urgot in lane, so, but I've been winning a lot of matchups recently where I should have lost. Oh, I could have gone in for that if I was greedy enough.
Trial by fire.
Alright, come on. Yasuo is not present mid lane. This set is honestly going to be the reason we lose. He's probably freaking upset that fucking we didn't all fucking go in on his fucking shitty ass plays. I went in one time and got my ass killed. Yep, there he goes. Dude, you could easily pay attention to fucking pings. Don't you fucking act like I didn't fucking ping. Alright.
An ally has been slain.
Well, I'm gonna go by this. Watch out. Okay. Now, one matchup as a whole, another one you can win 1v1. 1A versus 1A is terrible. Again, like, tier 1 as a whole is, like, terrible to debate in. I don't know, like, why anyone debates tier 1. It's so fucking stupid.
I shall purge this world.
Okay. A little hard to point their strengths. Let's say there's a high 3A character versus not a high 3A character. Let's say those three high characters are in separate 3D spaces. One destroys the infinite 3D space in one shot while the other does it in 10 shots. Now would you say the one who destroyed the space in one shot, especially when a space is possibly not as big as one where one destroys it in 10 strikes? The Rams beat the Buccaneers last Sunday? Wait, who's going to the Super Bowl actually? Because my friend invited me to the Super Bowl party and I haven't watched football in a while. I know Chargers lost in overtime to fucking the Raiders. Heard it was a good game though. So this is where I agree on the infinite power situation. It gets a little weird because theoretically there's no difference. Because technically, even if you clear infinite in 10 hits versus 1 hit, it's technically not different. But if you were to scale their power, you would take the 1 hit as the stronger one. Because that's just an obvious thing you can see. Like, feat, that would be when you have to look at the feats and see how they do what they do. It's kind of like, oh, can a character clear infinite in 0.5 seconds or 3 seconds? They're still clearing infinite. Yeah, they are. But clearly there's a better feat on one end. Easy fucking kill.
Live long enough, and all lies crumble to dust.
Is Super Bowl gonna be? Are the Rams going to Super Bowl? I believe it's Rams versus Chiefs, isn't it? No, I could be wrong. Oh.
If I slip, I will fall. And
To be honest, I just do it for passing times. I wouldn't call myself that though. Apparently there's another DMC thread going on versus Battle Wiki, but I really don't know what the hell it's all about. Because the last thread was supposed to be closed to, I think, members of the actual wiki. Some infinities are bigger than others. Yeah, but that's only a reference. So technically, that's only a reference to higher dimensions. Dude, set. Or that's Zed. Fuck, 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 fuck.
the path to the light is a long way.
Oh, I need my items. But even then, so like, because I was there on like Character Rant recently, and apparently they argue that like mathematically, even the idea of higher dimensional infinites isn't technically accurate, which I found kind of weird.
I do not fear the holy fire.
So
I must become it.
this is where apparently things get really weird, according to like math, according to like what this guy's math proposed. I think you're gonna win him. It's possible I might win. But if we win, it's going to be because of the team coming together and ignoring this dumbass fucking jungle. Oh, Z7 won. Yeah, we'll probably win. Ideally, by the time we're done today, I want to be at least 75 LP. If we can get silver 1, that's fine. I'll take it. But if like at least 50 LP for sure, I want to hit 75 though. 1A matchups are totally pointless. They are. I agree. Yo, Jobs is gonna make me quit. Honestly, like this meta is really good for kill right now because the games last forever. Oh, Zed, can you come get to me? Yeah, Zed. Nope. All right. Yo, be 74 LP. Sounds about right. Now this is 1v1 in Yasuo. Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Can we go in on that or no?
Mortals are blinded by their own misery.
Ziggs, come to me! Ziggs, come to me! Alright, whatever. I'll take it.
Fear the cleansing fire.
Did Yasuo just lose a 1v1 against the support? I got back up. Nice E-boxer, dude, but I don't remember that name.
I salute the
That's not just an issue, just some writers pre-say don't get the scope. So it's like, this is where, because recently Pinnacle Combat had this issue, and it just opened mid, fuck. They must fucking hate it over there. Let's get a Rylai's in here.
Divine path shows no footsteps.
So fucking, because I remember that was one of the big issues of Pinnacle of Combat on VSB, was like, the 9th Dimensional Soul thing, the Flash E from set. Fucking, no, dude. This set fucking sucks. This set is garbage.
Only the divine may judge.
I'm gonna call it now. Kale's probably gonna be nerfed in one of these patches. Okay, we actually have a video about that, Blaze. We have a video where I got my expert Kyle here to go over Soul Reader and Ruby.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Legendary.
Ruby Rose. I'd recommend watching his video for the answer there. It is on this channel.
If you think Ruby's gonna win, you are in for a horrible disappointment. Just like I am at the moment.
You're having fun. What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm getting raped by a blue eyes deck.
Like I said, you're having fun.
Fuck off with your 1-3-1.
Beautiful. Kyle's an expert. Haha, good job, Zim. To be fair, he did research both series.
I'm an expert in both series.
You hear that? He's an expert in both. Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm in like a basically loveless relationship with Ruby. I liked it at the start, but now I'm just there for like obligation.
Wow.
The celestial realm awaits.
And plus, someone probably did that for him.
Did what?
The research for you, Kyle.
Fuck off. I did the research all by myself.
Does Soul Eater have aura? Because if so, I'm gonna laugh.
I'll tell you this right now. Watch the video. I go over aura. And aura is not as impressive as you think it is because it comes from the soul. And that gets hard nerfed by a lot of Soul Eater characters.
How powerful are the main characters if we grant them their outlier feat / scaling?
For Ruby?
I guess for both.
Oh. For Ruby, maybe if you're generous, you could get town level. For Ruby, you could argue anything from island to planet level.
You mean for Soul Eater?
Yeah, for Soul Eater. You could argue island to planet. For Ruby, it's town level at best if you wank it.
Damn, the Kyle is into something like Ruby. I like started everything but downhill for me. I mean, I think we all... Let's not lie to ourselves. I think we all started Ruby for, like, the same reason. We all fucking showed up because we all liked Red vs. Blue. And then fucking, we just didn't have anywhere else to go. Hang on, Red Dust, go read that right now.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I fucked up there. Or did I? I was trying to ult on him. But when I fucked up, nope. We were gonna rub that in his face. Okay, we're at 50 LP silver 2. Okay, that's fucking exciting. That's fucking exciting. Oh, we might be able to promote tonight. Oh, if we keep the win streak up. Anyways, let's see here. You're telling me the man who checked guides and played on easy mode does good research? Come on, Zim. We both know Kyle's the entire circus. Oof.
You can say what you want about my Resident Evil playing, but when it comes to research, I do way more in depth and better research than Zim. I'm only second to Mangler.
You second to Mangler? You mean fucking third and fourth to Mangler? He takes the first, second, and third spot.
Zim, I don't even think Zim's gonna argue that I do way better research than he ever does.
So,
because I actually go through the series.
What I will say in response to that one is I haven't done an anime series as big as Kyle has. Except
Dude, even small ones, you don't even do them.
Bruh.
Get out of here.
Bruh. You're just upset that I haven't started a bunch of projects I'm working on.
Bruh, you're just upset that I beat your God card deck yesterday.
Bruh, you didn't beat shit. Is this what this is about, Kyle? Are you upset that my God card deck slapped you with 8k damage? Is that what you're upset about?
I beat you 3 times yesterday.
I don't recall. Anyways, hang on. Team Ruby versus Virgil DMC 3. Who wins? Virgil stomps. G1 did Orochimaru versus Medusa, and Orochimaru won. Kyle, do you agree with that outcome?
I do.
Alright. I actually watched Ruby because of the horrible death bout video of Yang versus Tifa. One of the most...
Oh yeah, that result is absolutely wrong. Even back then, when it was Season 2. Even more so.
I thought you meant in general.
I don't think they can, sit there and say that, yeah, they agree with the research. They should just say for what it was. It was promotion.
One of the most annoying things some debaters do when in debates is use underhanded cop-out statements. Yeah, that's fair. X to Doubt says the dude just scrolls the files without reading any of them into puzzles. You know, I gotta agree on this one. Kyle's track record, a little suspicious. Speaking of anime, how's that Bleach video going? I should be done so college kind of caught me off guard with 6 quizzes in the first week. I got those taken care of though. So I'm going to binge watch Bleach tomorrow and the day after to finish it off. And then I'll try and get these 2 fuckers into a call on Friday. So that way we can sort that one. So we can attempt the first part of that video on the first arc. And then Red Dust can let us know if that's what he wants or not. We can change it in response. Alright, if we're lucky we'll get Viego. If not, we're going to lose. We might still even lose with Viego, but I feel better with Viego. I really hate the appeal to reality statement. You're Jungle? I am Jungle. So now it's their turn to get mad at me. Now I could go kill Jungle, but I'm not brave enough to put my team through that. Yeah, we'll go distance sprint to kill. Deadbell confirmed that the Link vs. Cloud rematch, they quietly admitted that Tifa should have won and said they won't be doing a rematch of the fight. Yeah, of course they won't do a fucking rematch of their fight because their boss will fucking, kick their ass. Even though the entire basis of fiction is to appeal to reality, that's false. That is actually false. There are plenty of stories you can pull up that are not to appeal to reality. Any fantasy story does not appeal to reality. There's entire genres dedicated to not appealing to reality. About Pinnacle Combat Virtual missions, they happen in the Demon World. Afedi, did they confirm when they take place? Do they take place in the before or after DMC3? Zim, can you say Sakon? I don't know what that means. Sakon? Sakon? Is it Sakon? Is that what I'm supposed to be saying? I don't get it. I'm sorry, but your joke is beyond my third eye, and Kyle's third eye is currently being fucked by a blue eyes.
Actually, I've come back.
Oh, you... Good job, Kyle. Sakon? It is Sakon? Okay.
I'll send you the video later. I've just come back super hard.
Oh, Kyle, I'm glad you're making progress. Glad you're liking the game now, or at least glad you're having some fun. Obviously, genres like fantasy, sci-fi, and such have things that usually never happens in reality, but that does not negate suspension of disbelief. Dude, you're gonna sit there and tell me Lord of the Rings doesn't expect you to suspend disbelief? Okay, so how much suspension of belief do you think exists in these genres? Like, them being human, is that like a basis for reality in the fantasy story? How much of Lord of the Rings would you say is based in reality? Like, is it that because there are knights there, it's based in reality?
The only thing I would say is the medieval setting. Other than that,
Like, don't get me wrong.
well, better example. Go Star Wars.
Well, yeah, that's why I said sci-fi. Like Star Trek, Star Wars, like these do not appeal to reality. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's a case-by-case basis, but to say all fiction appeals to reality when there's clearly a lot of escapism fiction directly meant to contradict reality, I think is a little, extreme there.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
No, see, when you say appeal to reality, no, all fiction appeals to humanity. It appeals to the human nature within us and the emotion. They appeal to emotion. Zim, Kyle, which do you prefer, Lord of the Rings or the Hobbits? Okay, so you said Hobbits, so you must
in terms of movies, I'd say Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Wait, do you have the right runes? I do. I got my Conqueror. Lord of the Rings. In terms of the movies, yeah, Lord of the Rings. The problem with the Hobbit is, and I'm not gonna say it's CGI because a lot of people say it's like CGI.
No, the problem is that New Line Cinemas got greedy and made Peter Jackson do 3 movies when it only should have been 1.
No, I disagree. I think it should have been 2. I don't think they could have fit the whole story of what they like. If it would,
The original Hobbit is smaller than the Fellowship of the Ring.
yeah, but they can always like add new information to make it like connect to the series better. Because the Hobbit itself doesn't really connect. You just have like the ring and fucking Bilbo, and that's it, right? And Gandalf as well, or Gandalf.
You have the hobbits.
Fuck
Like,
off!
you have the dwarves.
Oh, wow. So does that mean every story with, like, an Asian person is connected to every Asian story, Kyle? Don't answer that question.
Learning.
Viego,
Oh my god, I won.
Riot's writers?
I'm gonna win.
Yeah, no, for reals, Viego got done dirty. And you wanna know what the funniest thing is the writer for the Pantheon story is over here trying super hard to make Viego still relevant, to the point where if you even say his name, you feel dread coursing through your body.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, please.
Like, when Pantheon says Viego's name to fucking his friend, she's like, I have no idea who Viego is, and I don't want to believe words have power, but I'm fucking terrified of that word. Like, that word gives me, like, it scares me a little bit.
Oh my god.
What?
I might have to save half an hour worth of fucking... Jesus. I might just upload that to YouTube.
I'd rather use appeal to nature than appeal to reality, in my opinion. Well, if you're going to be arguing fiction in general, like, the only times you should be appealing to reality are in, like, stories that are grounded in some form of reality that is actually observable. Like, an example would probably be, like, a boxing manga that's actually about boxing instead of, like, fucking crazy Sukra techniques. I think there's a famous one about that. I think it's called, like, Ippy Ochan or something.
Thank you.
What?
I just got a drink.
Wow. Alright. So, we are going to gank my great uncle because he did not save my wife from poison.
No.
Oh my goodness.
So the cards that have the black backgrounds, like when they're face down, those are pendulums, right?
No, black cards are just XYZs. Pendulums are the spell monster color.
No. So you know how the back of the card is brown?
Yeah.
I'm versing a deck that has black.
Where is he putting them? Is he putting them on the edge of the spell and trap card zone?
He's putting them in the trap and spell zone.
Yeah, that's Pendulum. Good luck. Well, it's probably Pendulum, or... Yeah, it's probably Pendulum. It sounds like Pendulum. Alright, I'm going to go back to base. I'm going to build up my Immortal Shield Bow. It's just going on now. Udro, Martial Arts, Lull, Time Flux, Supernatural Body. Wait, so who actually does the most research? Zim or Kyle? If we're talking just quantity alone, then Kyle for sure. Like, no debate. That motherfucker got done to, like, researching Darksiders.
And quality.
Quality is debatable, depending.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
According to the Versus Wiki.
The only thing I take from Versus Wiki is powers and abilities. That's all I take.
Yeah, so then I go get those myself.
And then you quote Versus Battle Wiki.
No, I don't. I've never used the Versus Wiki for their powers.
You're right. You never talk about their powers half the time. Yeah.
Not necessary.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck off. But in terms of quantity, for sure, Kyle does better. Or, well, I guess you can't do better with quantity, but Kyle for sure researches more than I do. If I research as much as Kyle did, I'd release more than one video a month.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy
Which one do I want? Where's why?
What do you expect him wants to do in Reactor?
What is erased but the ravenous shadow?
Damn. No gank? Alright, fine. But the powers don't specify the variation? You usually don't have to really talk about specifics and powers unless like you're... The only time you really gotta talk about specific powers and abilities is when you're like debating someone who resists it or has that power and ability. Like for example, when you say mind control, if they do it to... Who's a better Yu-Gi-Oh player, Zim or Kyle? I am.
Zim. I'm not even gonna like debate that. I started yesterday.
Kyle's running a pretty solid deck though, so it's helping him learn the game a lot better. I need to start doing ranked duels actually.
That's what I'm doing now.
I wanted to pop my cherry, so to speak, on stream, but I'll probably just start ranking it like in the background, like probably after we're done streaming. I need to figure out a fucking point to gank. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, I gotta try and gank bot next. Can we go for a gank here or no? He's got it warded. Oh, can I actually do something here? Hang on. There we go. Kyle, you started playing Yu-Gi-Oh yesterday, but I'm trying to learn how to play complicated Kyle. You got any tips? You need a breath for that, sir? I would be.
What tips am I supposed to give?
How to play Yu-Gi-Oh Go.
Read the cards. That's what I got yelled at yesterday.
Who would do that? Who would yell at a fucking beginner? Honestly, disgraceful.
The way Mangler was teaching me when you left today, he's like the good parent. You're the one that gets the belt when nobody does anything right.
That is how I was raised. Oh yeah, Bess, how you been? Rek'Sai still around here or no? Nope, clear my jungle.
Isolde was my life. Viego died when she did, and the ruined king was born.
Palbon works first turn, doesn't it?
What?
Power Bond works first turn, doesn't it?
It should be able to, yeah. Oh, poor poor fucking Morgana.
Has been slain.
Good. I see you finally decided to do a plat series. Yep. I'm gonna try and go up there and get that kill.
A crown lost long ago, reborn in unlife, ripped away from his only love.
Enemy
Oh, that fucking 1v1 Rek'Sai cannot be blamed on me. Fuck. We're in trouble. I mean, I performed so hard. Fuck! Did you see my last comment? Who's smarter, Zim or Kyle?
Depends on the topic.
And also, like, technically you can't measure, like, raw intelligence. If we're talking who's more knowledgeable, that's technically Kyle. Outdamaged? No, I got outdamaged hard. He's fucking 5-0. I didn't fucking see that. Like, holy shit. Alright, gotta go. Good night, everyone. Take care. There's Red Dust. Thanks for stopping by, man. I missed that fucking smite. Hey, I heard you wrote books. Have you ever had trouble making complex concepts simple so most viewers can understand them? You're gonna have to specify that a little better, Unknown Hero. Because I can give you advice on writing. It probably isn't gonna be like I mean, like, it'll probably be solid advice in general, but it's like probably not something I can apply. I try, but you know, first book was rushed a little bit. Second book was also rushed. Third book's also gonna be rushed at this point. Anyways, lots of respect for Kev, Jeb, and Kenlam. What happened? Oh my goodness. Fuck, he's running circles around me!
An enemy has been slain.
I gotta fucking back out there. Alright, we didn't die. That's fine. Good shit. Was yellow and can't swim? A school bus for little children? Do drag. Dude, I'm being fucking destroyed this game, jungle-wise. Holy fuck! I see. Also, Biz, if you're still here watching, by any chance, do you still play Opera Omnia? Because, apparently we're getting the easy Lufinia pluses coming up, which is fucking great. Fucking still hate that difficulty. Oh, they swapped locations. Fuck. That might actually work out better for them. I'm gonna head over here, see if I can't do anything.
What are you having for dinner?
Dude, he's beat. You know what? Thank God it's a Cloud Drake game.
Zim,
What do you mean?
what are you having for dinner?
I already ate dinner.
What did you have?
I had sushi with a bowl of teriyaki chicken on a bed of white rice. With fucking some miso soup and some tempura fried shrimp.
It's a big dinner.
I'm kind of a fat fuck.
I have a diet to help that.
Are you still on that diet actually?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That's a. Oh, I fucking hate this. It's not like I fed. The problem is that they've gotten so much fucking more. They've. Going Morgana's in. I can't.
Fall for it. I've got an honest. Hit me with all you've got.
I love how Jeb keeps trash talking me for my logic and he thinks non-sentient characters can have hostile feelings. The fuck? Hang on, I'm gonna try and catch Rek'Sai here.
My god, if you can't decide, then just hand me my turn.
Enemy is legendary.
Fuck.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Rek'Sai dominated this early game so damn bad. Tell Kyle I want to duel him someday. I want to see how he does with my Subterra deck.
I'll duel anyone. Whether I win or not is another question.
Fuck. Oh, can she survive? Can she survive?
Enemy is legendary.
Fuck.
Shut down.
It's like, oh my goodness. Yeah, there's no point defending that. I'm so far behind. Because I couldn't get any ganks off because Rek'Sai's everywhere. Tristan. This is a game where I just, like, I'm not a jungle main. Rek'Sai is a jungle main. That motherfucker's 10-0. I mean, it's winnable because Rek'Sai has all, like, 99% of their kills.
This mist has but one cure, and I will find her. Life has no meaning, but your death shall.
That. Go on. Do it. Get him higher than 42k. 4200.
He lives in the jungle.
Do it.
Okay, so it's like, I need to fucking help somebody. Alright, I'm gonna try and help out here. See if I can't make anything happen off this.
I hope I get a red gag so I can just fuck you over, cunt.
Fuck. Dude, Rek'Sai killed them and bought again? This is my last comment. Oh!
An enemy is legendary.
Okay. Infinite is definitely not Uni. What do you mean? He lives in the jungle. His friend Asuka thinks Infinite is Uni Plus because he stated to be the strongest enemy, which includes machines, by Eggman and Nega, yet that's all they are. Tools, non-sentient tools that can be used by anyone regardless of watch characters.
Your turret is
A Night Slayer, I did not see your last comment, no. Night Slayer, you're gonna have to repeat your comment. Oh, Abyss. FR is only for JP. It's basically just like a new tier of weapons that's just tagging. Like you just call on someone else to do like an animation with you. Fuck. This is clearly one of those cases where like I didn't inherently do bad, but I got so outperformed. I feel like I did bad.
I'm a dick.
Fuck. Okay.
That would rob me of beauty is a world that deserves destruction.
Which one are they at? Dude, I deal no damage either. It's terrible. Oh, come on. Okay, Morgana got the kill. Oh, Morgana has ult. Morgana has ult. Can she survive? Can she survive? Oh. Morgana can do some damage. For the match, we might get to promos, lol. I mean, again, like, we can still get to promos, depending. It's just that, like, the jungle really fucked me over here.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright. That's a retort only if you had Kyle's third eye. For reals!
Her eyes were portraits of a world without my tool.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Come on, do it.
Now I was back going. He didn't even get Jin. Oh, I should have gone tanky. Bot lane saying it's not your fault. Nani, what is this? Is this league? Well, I think unironically they realized that like, because again, I didn't feed lane. Like I didn't get killed consistently. This is genuinely a case of just like Rek'Sai kept fucking hounding them. If only Zim had the 7 cents, he'd do better. Alright. So this is where it gets kind of weird because technically, like, I was told by like the Viego mains that Divine Sunder is a bad item on Viego now. What hero is that? This is Viego.
There is no salvation from the dark, for the dark is me. Hate me if you must, until she returns to my arms. All will be brought to me.
Well, that sucks. I should probably go tanky.
Viego died when she lived, and the ruined king was born.
Nah, find a scapegoat makes things 100% better. Okay, unknown hero. Save that comment for later because I'm not going to focus on it right now. Oh. Yeah, we really should just surrender this game.
Your turret has been destroyed.
No, I'm too weak. Unless I can... The only way we can come back from this is if I can make it to start building tank. So after we build Blade of the Rune King, we're gonna go straight tank. And the funny part is, I can show you, like, I've dominated games with Viego recently. Like, it's not like fucking, it's not like I'm, like, fucking new to Viego. Like, you can ask Newhin if fucking, like, you can ask Newhin if he's still here. Like, I literally dominated a game with Viego, like, I think yesterday. Fuck. Okay, fuck.
Stop.
Got to agree there.
Enemy double kill.
What? Can you set next match? I mean, I can try, sure.
Oh my god. This bitch didn't want to surrender, so they committed suicide.
Brilliant. Zim, you have like... You know what? You know what? I will say for the record, that was a misplay on my part. I could have W'd under her pull, but I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Yeah, I mean, I can play set next match. I'm not too good with set, but like if we get top again, I can go set. I'm not going set jungle though.
I'm almost silver.
Nice. Alright. So, Lux Steel.
The mist is my great
Now I do become any for a moment. This champion, when you kill somebody, can take the body and then like fight as them. That stands his tankiness, to be fair. But
It hurts so much.
Oh no.
can we do something here? The updates aren't. Yep, nope, not yet. If I can stun Vladimir, I can like potentially set up a kill on him. Fuck. So let me tell you what happened there. Let me tell you what happened there very briefly. So what happened? Oh! Oh! Good shit! Oh, okay, it's starting to come back. So what happened there is, unfortunately, I got root. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dude! K with the damage! Oh, she's got full build almost, doesn't she? Oh, cool boy.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Rip her from the jaws of death. Fate cannot stop me. Nothing can.
Oh, K can do damage now. Alright, whoever wins this, GG. Oh, whoever gets this dragon wins. Oh. Fuck. Vladir's top! Yep, I fucked that up. Didn't charge up high enough. Feels bad. 4v5. Oh, yes, I got it! That's game.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Dunk is in focus, deep to middle, not all chat. Unfortunately, I got a little greedy there, yeah. And it looks like Lux did too. Damn. They should have pushed it. I don't know why they came back. They should have pushed the second they killed everybody. I guess they thought I was gonna fucking. I guess they thought I couldn't like push back Vladimir, which might have been possible without fucking True Dragon. So we might still lose, but at least they don't have Elder. I'll take that. We have plenty of opportunity to win this as long as they don't have Elder. Elder is what fucking is gonna win them the game for sure. Oh, oh, beautiful, beautiful. Honestly, if they can take that. Morgana, I fucking love you. You are fucking amazing.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been
Oh, if they win that, it's gonna be funny.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, they can end off that.
Destroyed a turret.
Oh, fuck. We're gonna run, we're gonna run, we're gonna run, we're gonna run. Just go mid and cover. I'm gonna get red buff. Thankfully they got red inhib, or they got mid inhib, so that's good. 254. Oh. Oh, this is such a fucking close game. Holy shit. Mmm. Well, you say Lemurgus let them 4 kill about to chill? Bruh. They're both best girls. They literally have the same fundamentals too. Like, it's one of those cases where like they have the same ideology and everything. They just express it differently. Go back, fall. They don't have any split pushers. Personally, the first objective.
But now we surge forward.
Oh. Fuck. I didn't think anyone was going there. I didn't think anyone was gonna fucking know I was there. But I guess it was warded. I probably should have realized that given how like fucking excited she was coming in.
Shut down.
Oh, yep, that's game.
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
Well, should I spawn in like 12 seconds, but I don't think I'll be able to change anything.
In a world without love, death means nothing. A crown lost long ago, reborn in unlife, ripped away from his only life.
Fuck! The reason we lost was because when we got Elder, they reset instead of going for the push mid.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
That's the only reason we're losing this match. They didn't fucking press their advantage early on. Well, let's see how many LP. Let's see how much LP we lost. Okay, 15. That's not bad. That's not bad. Hang on. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And go in there on support. Because you know what? If our bot lane hadn't fed that badly at the beginning of the Rex side, we would not be in that situation. Oh, that's terrible. So, I did die there. But the truth is that by that point, we're going to lose anyway. Because they overall had a stronger team than we did. That is ultimately partially my fault. I probably should have gone tank Viego. That's on me. But they fucking fed Rek'Sai 6 kills within 10 minutes. So I don't really know what I could have done there. Rek'Sai got some early kills and was just fucking everywhere. Prepare your mind because at this elo, one mistake is GG. I'll be honest, by that point, they're really, like, by that point, we really should have fucking, like, surrendered earlier on. Then the second... Okay. I'm just gonna be straight up real here. We could have come back, but the problem is that I was so fucking behind. I was so behind as well. Like, I was literally just a detriment to the team. You have 1k gold, you should have went base an item. But what item could I have built? I was going in the Guardian Angel. Do I fucking... Like, what do you build at that point? Do you build the armor for extra attack? Well, Rek'Sai has true damage. No, like, at that point, I was too squishy. I don't think Divine Sunder would have changed much, because they were pretty fucking bursty, but I probably would have survived Danny's burst better. I should have made the tactical call to go tank. I think that one's on me. Also, hello, Neo. Practically the same guys. Also, you didn't know several times how low damage you did. You didn't burst anyone. No, that's just it. Like, I didn't... I think the second I started getting behind and I couldn't do damage anymore, I should have fucking swapped over to fucking tank. There were a few macro plays I fucked up too. Like, I missed a couple of Viego stuns for sure. I think that could have made the big difference in the game. It's still possible to rank up to Silver 1, assuming we don't just get, like, fucking garbage matches back to back. What rank is he? Silver 2, 90 OP. Is he a Rek'Sai main? Nope. Oh, he's a Viego main, it looks like. Play around Lux and Morgana. Well, the problem is that Viego can't play around Lux. Like, Viego can't really play around them. Because it's like, okay, so let's say she fucking roots the fucking, the person. Like, I go in, I die instantly. Morgana has a root, not a stun. Morgana top though is something I've wanted to try for a while now. I don't think I'll do it this game, but I have wanted to try it. You can be a tank. Again, like, yeah, so my mistake, which is a big flaw I gotta get through, is I didn't adapt my build. If I had adapted to building tank Viego, like, as soon as I was falling behind and I didn't do damage, we probably would have airtime there. Yeah, like, I should have adapted and I should have gotten fucking tank right away. The problem is that, and this is one of the things about, like, being a fucking silver player, like, even me, who I've been playing 10 years, I still do this a lot. It's like, it's really hard not to fall into, like, a rhythm. So, like, it's really hard to break out of that rhythm. So when you, like, build different... Because you're supposed to build for the moment. You're not supposed to, like, follow a set path, ultimately. The problem is that, like, I have it ingrained in my head, like, Viego does eat or burst. But, yeah, I probably should have gone Divine Sunderer build. In fairness, Nami was right there. I don't think it was the main reason we lost. Because, again, our bot lane fed Rek'Sai, and then he went and fucked every single lane. Should look like a fucking Brazzers movie. But, definitely, I could have done better. You start to realize how you can play at higher levels, lol. I think the other problem, too, is, like, I mainly play Kayle, and it's like, there's no situation where you change Kayle's build for the most part, because even if you get fucked in the ass, you just keep going. You just take it and move on, like a champ. Also, Neo, since I guess this question was asked earlier and you're more of a Nintendo guy than us, who do you think wins, Kirby or Mario in a versus matchup?
Okay, so the answer to this question, if we're just talking like purely off of stats and the likes, well, when I mean by stats, I mean specifically just their own stuff and no items whatsoever. Even then, that's still gonna be a close one. I'd probably give it to Mario, but it's not by much really, because like again, Kirby technically has the superior AP and arguably speed at that too. It depends on how you want to argue things. But the thing is about it, surprisingly, Mario's abilities can match up with Kirby's, specifically his ability of paint, which if you don't know in Mario, paint is literally just the life essence of everything. It's basically a concept essentially and the likes. Which, yes, there are many characters who weaponize it, including Mario himself.
Whack.
So, to answer the question, it can go either way, but I'd probably give it to Mario. That's really all I can say about that.
Alright. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. You know, let's actually run Ignite on this fight. I'll run
Also,
Ignite.
when was I asked? I scrolled, I didn't see it.
Like fucking an hour ago.
Oh.
That was like the first question of the stream. Like, I X Diamond. Oh, what?
Either I can't go back or. Damn.
Like, we've had a lot of people join the stream and leave. Like, X Diamond 3, who doesn't play League for almost 2 years, the core of the game is still the same. You were Diamond 3, not bad. Kirby with the star vehicle is arguably faster than Mario, but Mario can grow wings to fly.
See, Neo becomes Tommy Wiseau. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh.
The perfect bait. You never saw it coming. Neo was stunned. It's like you know those fucking like Cheerio sign things where like you fucking I don't know where it started. You know, like the fucking it's like the I think it's the OK hand sign. You make them see it like on your leg or something.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Fucking, I don't even know how the fuck that shit started. I don't know if it's like the same everywhere, but when they did it at my schools, you would punch the guy afterwards if they saw it.
Dude, I don't know. There's so many things that were done in school that were just for some reason they were just innate things, like no explanation, such as that one S symbol. Like, I swear to God, that S symbol is like the key to understanding the anti-life equation or some shit.
Neo didn't expect to Tommy Wiseau. Oh wow, I feel bad because I was thinking to myself like Tommy Wiseau and Mark. What does that have to do with anything? And then like, oh no, it's the meme when he walks out of the room. I did not hit her. I did not hit her. Oh hi, Mark. What is the context for that scene actually?
It's even funnier with context. Hold on. I'm sorry. Now I'm getting memories. I'm sorry. I'm getting memories again. It's been a minute.
Hang on 1 second. Let's fix my graphics up a little bit.
Oh my gosh, man! I swear to God, this. I don't. I listen, man. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care. I consider The Room a fucking good movie. It was bad, but it was so bad that it was fun, man. Like, I'm not even joking. There's not many movies I can have claimed to like kept me as entertained as that was. Granted, it was for the wrong reasons, but holy shit, man! Watching The Room is just a treat.
You know, considering all the homoerotic things being mentioned in chat, I kind of miss Newhan now.
Wait, what? No, I'm not even gonna ask.
Every fucking game, whenever we fucking start, Newhan's like saying shit like, "Alright guys, if you win, Zim won't come my pussy." And I'm just like, what the fuck, Newhan?
Oh my, well, to be fair, I shouldn't be surprised because to be fair, I've seen some of the stuff that knew him draw. I shouldn't be surprised that he isn't some sort of golden boy.
The fuck? If you don't mind, good sir, I'll fuck your bitch with consent. Oh, this is a fun lobby.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that reminds me of COD lobbies now.
Oh wait, hang on. Is Unknown Hero still here or did he leave? Shit, I never answered his question. Fuck.
He probably... Yo, Neo, that's... What? How? Unless you're talking about the other...
You've been hit by the sus rays.
Oh my gosh, dude. One of these days, I need to get back into playing League. It's been a while since I've last been engrossed in the meta.
Why would you do that to yourself, though?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think there was a reason I stopped to begin with.
Listen, Neo, friends don't let friends play League of Legends. Like, I mean, I have fun playing it for the most part because I like MOBAs, but like, if you don't do this to yourself. You're free. Play Yu-Gi-Oh instead. Neo's a poke. Actually, isn't Arceus dropping to like tomorrow or something?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it was. I think it was the 28th, actually. Maybe. I could be wrong on that. All I know is it is coming out. It is coming around this time.
Yeah, no, I can't wait for Shield and Moon to be ported over into a new game.
Bruh.
It looks very similar.
Look, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know what to expect anymore. I don't know what to expect, so you know what? I'm just gonna wait before I even bother to buy.
But the scans.
I feel nothing to fight.
What is your opinion on Attack on Titan? Never could get into it.
Who asked that?
Oh,
okay, it just came up. It just came up as I mentioned that. Attack on Titan actually, I literally dropped before the whole time skip thing. I've been meaning to finish the Attack on Titan for the longest. Which, by the way, I actually do like it. Oh my god, sorry.
I was gonna say I dropped it episode 1. Never looked back.
I returned my why though?
Well, to be fair, he's already beat SMT5.
You don't just listen. This is me. This is me talking. But okay, I'm not gonna just hand over my copy of Chrono Trigger after I've beaten it like several hundred times.
But I am not.
Yeah, but what if you could get Chrono Trigger 2 for it?
I'm still not gonna trade it away, because who knows? It may not be as good as the first one, which is literally just perfection.
That's why I ran the Ignite, boys. That's why I ran the Ignite. He never stood a chance because I prepared and countered him. Neo, I'm broke.
Too bad.
too bad. Keep it.
Actually, wait a minute. No, in all seriousness, it depends on where you sell games. Because some places don't give you shit for selling games, such as GameStop.
I was gonna say, you can just say GameStop, buddy. We all know what you're talking about. Or I guess in Kyle's case, EB Games.
Nah, fuck GameStop, bro. How you gonna give me cents for a game that I gave you, and then sell it for like way past what you gave me?
I'm turning it back to Amazon.
No,
Amazon.
I have a grudge against GameStop for a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. Because I've tried returning several games before and tried selling them so I can get something out of them, and I got basically what might as well just be nothing.
Oh, hey, Newhin, I have a question. Do you know anything about the Evil Eye archetype? Because I'm deciding to buy one more deck today on my Yu-Gi-Oh! Splurge alongside this Quincy deck that's coming out. And like, I need to know if Evil Eye like plays pretty solid or not, or so if I should just go build my Valkyrie deck finally. Hello, J Warrior. Good to see you. You know, Attack on Titan's ending is one of those endings that everyone fucking talks about. Like, you either like it or you don't. But I've always heard that like the author had to go back and like do a Quincy deck. Yeah, they're releasing this German fucking... They're releasing these German-looking fucking exorcists who get white outfits in their super forms with light blue weapons. Now, that sounds oddly familiar to a certain group of people that my main character may or may not be leading, but that's beside the point. Where's my laner at? Did Gangplank quit the game? Yo, did Gangplank rage quit?
Which, by the way, actually, I'm not gonna get into my full thoughts of Megami Tensei 5, but since I'm basically done with it, let me just say that this game is probably one of the best Megami Tensei games to date, and holy shit, was it worth the wait, man.
So I've seen some people on Character Rant complain that apparently its story is very bare bones.
No, it's okay. I will say this: its story could have been better in a lot of areas, but its story is not bare bones. You have to be on the highest of meds to really say that.
Hang on, guys. I can't look at
If you
chat
want
right
to
now.
complain, if you want to complain about something, I complain about the amount of platforming in this game.
There's platforming in SMT5. Wait. Does the game gives you like the ability to actually jump?
Kinda. It's kind of. Let's just say yeah, sure. Sure. Yes. To put it, to just put it very extremely lightly, yes. That would be the one thing I would complain about among maybe some other nitpicks I have. But other than that, the story
What gives
isn't
you
the
the
one.
ability to jump?
SMT5 apparently.
But other than that, the story isn't the thing I would complain about,
I
really.
mean, you can technically jump in Persona 5
No.
if that sells you.
Okay, I don't even want to know. That sounds dirty.
Magami Tensei 12. Magami Tensei 12 can go suck my dick. I don't care what they think. Shit, they're the same people, bro. Same people who fucking circle jerk all kinds of shit.
It seems even among the community they don't all agree with each other.
Now, I think I've stated my frustrations with the Magami Tensei / Persona community as it is, but nah, man, I don't care what they think, bro. Like, honestly, I don't care. Magami Tensei 5 story was alright, but some of its gameplay can be annoying, specifically again in the platforming. Oh boy.
I will accept my death. Continue.
No need to cope, Neo. SMT5 Maniacs Chronicles.
Hey Sam, how strong and fast is God from Supernatural? Kyle, go. Or Neo, what do you go?
Which one do you want me to cover first? Speed or power?
Go.
God damn it. In terms of AP, should be Multiverse Plus at full power, and should, I guess, should be immeasurable, but you could argue inaccessible.
Done it. Did you beat Demi-Fiend? Well, Neo, did you beat Demi-Fiend?
No, I haven't.
If you're really done with the game, did you beat Demi-Fiend on hard?
Listen, no, I'm not gonna. Listen, it's already bad enough that Listen. It's already bad enough that I had to suffer through the shit that was Demi-Fiend and Digital Devil Saga. I'm not doing this shit again. Fuck that.
Pixie beat Demi-Fiend on hard.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, she gets beaten by Demi-Fiend on hard. Let's be real here.
She still survived it.
That is true.
So are we just gonna ignore the fact that? Never mind, forget it.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say I have heard that Demi-Fiend in SMT5 is easier. I've heard you can apparently kill him in one shot somehow.
I would love to hear how, cause I don't know about that one, Bo.
You can look up a video. There's already YouTube's on YouTube because people are like, I guess it started off hard because people thought the mechanics were the same as like other secret bosses, but apparently like it's just the same as the rest of the normal game. So I guess like you can cheese something.
I don't know, man. All I'm just saying that like if the rumors are true and it's as bad as fucking Digital Devil Saga, then I'm just saying it's gonna be in for a night. A couple of them.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like half and half. You got people saying it's a hard boss fight, and then you got people saying it's easy.
Well, then again, I'm just gonna say this outright that a lot of people are probably calling it easier. The type of people to try to play, or the type of people to be like, oh, it doesn't take much effort to play Dark Souls whatsoever, ignoring the fact that, yeah, sure, it may not be the most difficult game, it's still a difficult one nonetheless.
Speaking of Souls-based games, I recently managed to acquire Sekiro, so I'll be giving that a try later.
Oh, dude, Sekiro is good. To me, at least, maybe. I'm not sure what you're gonna think of it. It's good.
I love the hesitance now.
No, because at this point, I can't even predict what kind of standards you have, so I'm not even gonna try.
Well, maybe if SMT had some waifus, maybe it would actually... Well, to be fair, it did have a teacher.
If you want to fuck a teacher, just play Persona 5.
Kyle, no.
Wait, are you talking? Damn.
An enemy has been slain.
It's funny because that's not even a joke.
An enemy is
No, I mean that's true, but like, damn it, man.
Poor
Yeah,
Gangplank. They really left him out here to fucking die. Pixie's the best waifus in. Pixie is a really good waifu, 10 out of 10. But like,
nothing.
I mean, I'll say this. I'm a little. My one complaint about Pixie was that fucking Pixie came with only 5 abilities, and then you can't really give her any other ones because skill cards didn't become a thing till SMT fucking 4, or not SMT 4. Well, I guess Persona 4, not SMT 4. Dude, if someone could mod in some fucking skill cards on SMT 3, oh, beautiful.
Dude, just say you just want to play.
Where did
Persona.
that big bitch come from?
It's not that I want to play Persona. It's that like I see, because apparently I found this out. Apparently, in the fucking the reason I could pick people's fucking like kits is a remake thing. The original game doesn't let you pick your fucking fusion's abilities. You get random abilities. That was fucking oof. That quality of life alone makes the fucking remake worth it. Nah, she didn't get any extra gold off that. Fuck yeah. Why are you guys acting like fucking your teacher in Persona 5 is a bad thing? That's the best part?
An enemy has been slain.
I think it's just like the age difference.
Well, okay, so like, well,
Because
oh, I don't want to have this discussion with you.
The only thing correct me, I think you're like a second year in high school.
I don't want
Wait,
to.
say that again. Sorry, you cut out a
What,
bit.
how old is that?
Second year. Okay, second year of high school. That would be roughly around. And keep in mind, this is just very rough, and also depends. But I
That's
would
what she
say
said.
about.
Become it.
Fuck off. I would say either.
It seems like I don't want to discuss this.
I'd say
Secretly, That's My Boy is my favorite movie.
around 15, 16, I think. I don't know. 15, 16, something like that, I think. I mean, then again, it also depends as well, but that's, I guess, the most reasonable one I could think of in terms of, like, what a second year in high school would be.
I will illuminate.
Yeah, for some reason, Persona 3 is a game that came out 4 years after Nocturne didn't fix the skill card thing. That's because Atlas is a very slow game when it comes to change. They take decades. They change in course of decades. That's why SMT 5 took 5 years to make.
5 years? You're being generous.
Why are we surrendering? The fucking game's not that bad.
5 years to make. 5 years is probably just a script.
What script?
Shut down.
Hey. Do you do the true neutral ending?
I'm assuming you're talking to me,
Probably.
in which case... Oh, my bad, sorry.
Oh, I just said probably.
In which case, yeah, essentially I did. Well, yeah, I did. I did hear there was like another one. There was another one as well, which I'm not gonna say what it is for spoiler reasons. But yeah, there was another one as well. But I wanted to go with True.
Where's the ending where you and Demi-Fiend are like, put aside your differences and just beat the shit out of the final boss together?
I wish that was an ending though. I wish that'd be the best one in the series. But yeah, going back to what I was gonna say about 5, SMT 5 is amazing, and I feel like you should play it. I feel like people should play it. It's really good. Probably one of my favorite Megami Tenseis of all time.
Has been slain.
Why would Demi-Fiend fight Lucifer? He finds out that Lucifer fucking tried to hit on Pixie. Okay, so yes, my team's getting fed. Yes, I did my job. The one where you put your differences aside is in the DLC of SMT Apocalypse. You don't really put your fucking feelings aside. Demi-Fiend's like, hey, listen, you, fucking dude with the gay haircut. I want to fucking kill God. Now, will you assist me? Or are we gonna beat up Stephen separately? I like to point out that if you ever think an SMT,
Ally has been
Are we gonna beat up Mr. Hawking separately, or are we doing this as a team?
I want to just say, if you ever think the SMT protagonists are heroes, remember they beat up a guy in a wheelchair.
Among all the things
To be
that they
fair, the guy in the wheelchair is like the
Wheelchair's the
strongest
worst.
person in the series.
How long should a prologue be? Oscar, it should be a bit short, but as long as you need to get your like series set that you need to. Listen. I'm just saying that heroes don't beat up wheelchair people. Wheelchair people? What the fuck?
wheelchair.
Then the guy in the wheelchair stands up because they were gonna beat him up.
I don't know about you, but that's probably the greatest plot twist of all time, though.
Yeah, that he's lazy. Great plot twist.
Have you seen the boss fight with Steven?
I have, and you know what? I don't even want to attempt to understand SMT4's gameplay.
I was gonna like say the fact that when you get him to a certain stage, he just stands up.
Well, no, doesn't he do that at the very start of the fight?
No,
I think he
okay.
does.
Wheelchair stands up, YHVH's team plays.
That's the best part about it. They play the final thing for YHVH. It makes it so much more epic than it should be.
I mean, you say should be, but like, if I saw Stephen Hawking get up from his chair, I'd be pretty impressed. SMT4 is 3 gameplay, but better. Well, so I guess Atlas got lazy at one point and decided like, hey, we're not gonna make 3D games anymore for like 7 years? I don't know, because I think like even Strange Journey is 2D, right?
Yeah, it is, kinda, but yeah, mostly, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't fault them for that, honestly, because truth be told, I feel like Atlas really does benefit from their pixel art and design and the like. I really feel like they excel in that.
Yeah, that's fair. And then they translate them to SMT5 and then everyone liked them.
And so I must fly.
Fuck, I need XP. See, SMT1 being saved was a blessing in my eyes. Well, does he? Well, I guess he dies in the first game or something.
No. Well.
Wings of fire.
Oh my gosh, I hate how every time I have to say something, I have to give context.
Hey man, you're the one who reps the series, not me. Be grateful I played 3. I would have picked up another one, but they're not anymore on Steam. And from what I've been told by people who haven't played the game, apparently Strange Journey and their ones are super hard.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I'll tell you this now: if you don't like the dungeon layout for Persona or SMT3, you're gonna hate Strange Journey.
Isn't Strange Journey 2D? How do you fuck up a 2D dungeon layout?
It isn't. Isn't.
What do you mean it isn't? Is it 2D or is it not? Wait,
Think of
okay.
it kind of. Think of it kind of first-person-ish.
Have you
When you
okay? So
walk-
have you played any of the SNES Megami Tensei games?
Neo, the first game I touched from Megami Tensei was Persona, and then I played SMT3. That is my experience with SMT games.
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is because literally it's just that, but on the DS.
So they decided to abandon technology. I'm sure there's an SMT ending for that somewhere.
Oh, the start off Guilty Gear.
I will say that some of the SMT games, like the aesthetics do look pretty clean. Like SMT2's aesthetics, or at least its like design choices, seem pretty cool. I like the way that one loser looks before he gets cursed away into infinity. What's his name again? Alefi?
Alep.
Are you sure?
Jerry?
Are you sure? Hang on. We need to realize.
Either Alep or Aleph. I go with Alep.
How about guy who thought he could do Demi Fiend's job and fail? Okay, hang on. Demi was. I love all protagonists died except Flynn and Nanashi. Demi was a mistake. But bro's in for the 7th time. Get killer 7. I want to see how you watch an old man get BDSM by his mate. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? What is Killer 7 about?
Oh, bro. Okay. So to explain, well, I'm not gonna fully explain, but you know, No More Heroes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, how do I put it this way?
Wow, I just carried that entire team fight.
Well, this game is kind of like in a similar vein to that, but not exactly the same.
Well, I don't
There's
remember No
also-
More Heroes having a fucking zombie maid ball busting an old man, man.
Listen, dude, you just have to play it to understand it. That's all I can say.
What do you mean understand? What divine revelation will I discover? Neo's like, the zombie maid is hot, Zim. It's okay.
A ball busting kind of revelation.
I really want an SMT2 remake. I mean, honestly, any of the older Megami Tensei games getting remakes would be pretty neat. I'd love to see how they would do it in like this current era and the likes.
An ally has been slain.
An SMT remake actually would probably be a smart idea, especially since they're banking on the franchise a little more now. Now it's gotten so popular thanks to YouTube.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Truth be told, Megami Tensei really could benefit from a remake in a lot of areas. Like I said, I think the games still hold up. Megami Tensei 1 and 2 are games I'd still play to this day and are still fun games. But I do feel like that if they did like a different take on it now, it'd be pretty neat.
Play it, you coward. You even fight against a squad of rejected Power Rangers and a sick cult leader who lives in Texas Bronco with a living afro that shoots...
That's not an exaggeration. Like that's
No, I believe him. That's the problem. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I mean, I know you didn't make it, but what? Yes! Dude! We broke Gameplay's fucking legs so damn bad!
An ally has been slain.
Malphite, get to me. Malphite.
Where do I? By the way, Neil, where do you scale Hitman Reborn? Ooh, Hitman Reborn, man. Okay, let's put it this way. It really depends on a lot of things as well. It depends on what you accept and so on and so forth. I'm gonna have to be real for a second. I really do have to reread it after a while to like revise where I do have it, because there are some things I do feel like I are a lot better than what I do remember. And the likes, I just have to really look more in depth. But from what I remember, I do have the verse somewhere at like tier 7 or tier 6.
Oof.
Actually, I think tier 6 somewhere. I'm not sure if I could have it any higher, but then again, I have to reread to see if there was anything else I missed. I don't know. It's kind of odd too, because I really love Hitman Reborn, but as far as scaling goes, I haven't done that in ages.
I always kind of forget, because whenever I see Hitman, I just think to myself, oh, Hitman, a prologue should be 1 to 5 pages, damn. Azra, honestly, just have your prologue be Valerie getting ready to go to go to school.
Show us how she gets to the school so we have the context clues and we can, like, assume the other people got there the same way.
I'm sorry, but like, I am so sorry. And this may be just my twisted mind, but for a second, I do mean for a very brief second, I thought you were going to say, Valerie get R word with E ending.
Neil! Do I look like Berserk's author? What is wrong with you?
I really thought that's what you were going to say for a second. I didn't want to say anything.
Neil, this is a novel, not a hentai. But I like your style. Who was a good matchup against Supernatural God? Like, honestly, anyone in, like, Based on what
It's
Kyle
like-
said, anyone from like tier
the
2?
best one I've
Bro, he's cutting out so badly.
Kyle, I need you to come back from the 6th dimension, please.
In all seriousness, it depends because how God is portrayed in Supernatural is a lot different from some other types of gods. It's probably actually one of my favorite interpretations as well.
Why
That.
can't we be friends? I kind of skilled Starlo. Oh, God.
Sorry, who was the omnipotent being in the Fate verse? Nobody.
I think it means like
I
who's the
kinda-
strongest.
The strongest would be Akasha or the Void. That's really it. I kind of scaled the star level due to Emma being able to create stars and black. Well, the star statement, I have to look at that again, but the black holes, I'm not too sure, honestly. The reason being is, well, for one thing, you would have to calculate it because not all black holes, creating a black hole isn't star level, or at least it isn't inherently. You actually have to calculate those, and actually, surprisingly, calculating a black hole isn't really hard as long as you know the size it is. But other than that, yeah, creating a black hole isn't inherently tier 4. It just depends on its size. As for creating stars, I have to look into it again. Again, I do plan to reread Hitman Reborn because I haven't touched it in forever. But yeah, I don't
This
know.
therapy session between Neo and Kyle is very interesting. It's not a therapy session. Apparently, Neo only reads series where women get they get Griffithized.
I don't even only read series like that. But
Griffith,
alright.
Griffithized. Failed by guts, stuff like that. You know, I don't really know how to explain this any further. I think I've made my case.
Right.
Wow, Kyle just gonna. Wow.
Three.
I must feel
Actually, now that I remember about it, I do remember now.
Did you remember?
No, it has nothing to do with what you just mentioned. It was about Hitman Reborn.
All right, that's good.
No, we're not doing that. But anyways,
That's what she said.
only the divine may tell.
but yeah, no, I do remember distinctly about I do distinctly remember sorry, being able to create like these spears that has like the gravity of a star. I forgot how much and technically I should scale to like durability and the likes or something like that. I have to calculate that again, or then again I can just look it up, or I don't know. Let me just see something real quick. But yeah, no, I think that's something. Other than that, I'm not sure where I would really scale him in Reborn besides somewhere like Island the Country.
All right, I'm here. You're welcome, team.
Battle Beast versus Kenpachi. Honestly, I'm gonna actually just give that to Kenpachi because Battle Beast, but then again, also depends on where you scale Kenpachi as well. Battle Beast technically, but then again, would I even say he's a... Oh my god, then I have to explain the invincible stuff. Shit. Okay. So, to answer this question, I guess as best as I can, I guess, if we're just talking about Kenpachi at his strongest, I probably give it to him just off of hacks and the likes as well, because Battle Beast may technically be superior. He doesn't really have anything to really combat with Kenpachi's abilities or the likes.
All right, Neil, sounds good. I was here. Zane, did I tell you about the part in the game where you play Russian roulette with a member of the USA Senate, and if you win, he'll tell you the secret to nail any woman with a 100% chance of success? What the fuck?
Again, it's not even the funniest part is he's saying this without any exaggeration. He's exact. He's like exact.
I'm an S plus. I got S plus. All right. So yeah, we're at 51 LP. Let's try and get 70. But there is a. Oh wait, that's right. New hint. Are you gonna send me the picture on Discord, or are you gonna send it to me on email? Let me see here. The debating Scalper servers or Pinnacle Combat being canon, which no one can be found to say it's not canon. I do respect Neo's take as well. Also, as everyone. Hello, Devil. Yeah, no, dude, just leave Pinnacle Combat alone, man. It's not worth the debate. It's not worth the headache. Just leave it be. Fucking. For now, like, we should be sticking with the core series for arguments anyway. For now, until Pinnacle of Combat gets an official fucking like global release, and then it'll be easier to argue whether or not it's canon. But we should really wait for an official release. That's why when I did the versus matchup, I tried not to use Pinnacle of Combat. I just mentioned it because, like, in case someone wants to bring it up, that like this technically exists. Let's see here. Yeah, no. So yeah, Ozra, if you're still here, yep, just do a simple prologue. I'm going to be honest, prologues are kind of hard to do. I did a prologue for my second book. Unfortunately, the only person who read it was Pimp Demon, to give feedback, but I think Pimp Demon's gone right now. But like I said, the only person who read it was Pimp Demon. So it didn't really, not really that good, but you do got to try and make it short, so good luck with that one. DMC Pinnacle Combat's better than DMC 1. That's not hard. Every game's better than DMC 1 in the series. Yeah. Yeah, I said
Listen, I'm gonna be real honestly for a second. Like, I do like DMC 1. I still think it's a good game, but I still don't understand why, like, a lot of people, like, really, really, really like this game. Like, when I say really, really like, a lot of people really, really do like this game. And I don't personally, like, again, let me clarify that I do like the game. It's just that, I don't know, man. I'd rather take the fluent control of 2 any day. And also just what you can do in 2.
Let's play on Pike.
Like, I get that 2 has its own issues, but I would still take the ability to actually be able to control something like I'm not okay. I would rather not be playing Resident Evil with platforming than just, you know, play something that's at least somewhat that has like some sort of semblance to what DMC is now.
Bruh. DMC 1 is still better than DMC and DMC 2? You're lying to yourself. You are absolutely lying to yourself. Listen, you can hate the reboot all you want, but the reboot's gameplay is better than DMC 1's. Especially with Definitive Edition. It's a better game. That's not really up for debate. Devil, man, like, listen, Devil, until we get an official release, it's just not worth, like, debating people on. I understand that, like, oh, man.
Well, we have official statements, but people won't accept the official statements. Because it's a mobile game.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Like, just stick with the core game stuff for now. Don't worry about Pinnacle of Combat. We'll mention it. Hopefully we'll get an official release fucking 7 months.
Damn it.
Oh man, is that Kale top? All right, so we're gonna go bang Kale up top lane. I may be her sister, but I think that's perfectly well within reason. Team 7 Naruto versus the Sacred Treasures KOF. You're saying Naruto and Sasuke versus the Sacred Treasures really weird there.
Well, are we just talking about like? Are we just talking about them at their peak, specifically referring to Team 7, or like?
I'm not too sure. All right, so
that does make a difference.
All right,
maybe.
So she's over there wearing her makeup and shit. We'll go Lunar Wraith if it's Team 7. You know what?
Sorry. Because if we're talking about Naruto, like before he got like any of like the crazy shit that he did, towards the end of the series, I would actually give that to the treasures then.
That's fair. Regarding solo mode in in Master Duel, I find it annoying. They only give us like 7 campaigns and that's it. Like, dude, come on. What the fuck is this? Give us like a Pegasus. Give us like a Pegasus tower and shit. What is this?
Wouldn't even really call them campaigns.
Well, to be fair, the last one for World Chalice has 2 separate sections.
As much as Kale would like me to.
Let me just get on top of you. How strong is 7 Deadly Sins? No fucking clue.
Welcome to
How strong is
Summer.
seven deadly sins? Actually, surprisingly, actually no, I'm thinking of the wrong one.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Seven deadly sins is actually pretty alright in terms of power. Like, that's all I can really say. Like, it doesn't stack up to the Holy Shonen Trio, referring to Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece, but it's still approaching. Not exactly at that level, though.
Alright. Pretty sure we're getting updates for solo mode, but we're getting event duels. I think that's what we're going to be getting for solo duels. I mean, fucking beef. What the fuck? All I know about 7 Deadly Sins is there's this one loser named Escanor who apparently only has power during the daytime. Alright. I'll get there. Alright, so the way Newhan said, it sounds like Evil Eye is not a good archetype, so I might just make my Valkyrie deck later then, since it's still cheap. Well, maybe I could just order the new stuff and leave it at that. Oh, hang on. What are my frames at? Let's fix that real quickly. It was like 60 frames? What is this?
I would cut off my wings if there was steel strong enough.
First blood.
Kind of funny how dead the 7 Deadly Sins straight up died when Dean to the IP. Well, did the story already end? Like, isn't 7 Deadly Sins over?
There's a sequel series going.
Sounds about right. If you want to hit good and hard, you build super heavy samurais or despots, my guy. No, the archetype just looked cool and was cheap. That's why I was thinking about it. I'll probably build either a Rose Dragon archetype or I'll just make. You know, fuck it. I'll just make the Valkyries at this point. No reason not to.
An ally has been slain.
Betrayal never comes from your enemies.
You know what? You think that's the same Poppy Gangplank last game? Cause last game it was a Poppy jungle Gangplank top. So I wonder if that's the same one. Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Good shit. How has Den not gone bankrupt? That was Den. Well, guys, so the problem is I've already spent $60 on Yu-Gi-Oh cards already. Like I've already spent a hefty sum of money already for 7 cards, but I wanted to make a new deck and I was looking for cheap ones that might like be fun.
I've seen varied arguments. I mean, you can get 7 deadly at that level, but I'd say they're about like large island to small country.
I see.
Have you seen Beta Bridge? No, not really.
Oh, nice dodge.
We are shaped by our souls.
Man, fucking Netmarble's really forcing us. Wait, so it comes out tomorrow, right? And they haven't told us who the fuck it is? That's fucked.
I will not forsake the land that shaped me.
They must really... Morgana, shut the fuck up. You abandoned Demacia harder than Kale did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Technically speaking as well. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. There was that one. Okay, so I forgot how in like some of the more well, I wouldn't say recent chapters, but basically there was this one being called Chaos. I forgot about. So technically, and it doesn't really scale to anyone except for got that one dude who was empowered by Chaos and like was using them as like a power source, something like that. Basically, there's this one being called Chaos who like has like who's like able to create pocket dimensions and stuff. Who's like tier 4, but that literally doesn't scale to anyone except for that one person I can't name for the love of me.
I want to point out that Jinx through that encounter. Bro, you check out Smiling Friends on Adult Swim? That shit is pure gold.
Oh, it's Arthur Pendragon.
Oh, you mean the girl? Well, I guess when it comes to Fate, that's a little unspecific, isn't it?
Wait, what?
Oh, we're talking about Fate, right?
No.
Isn't Arthur Pendragon a character from Fate?
No, I'm talking about 7 Deadly Sins.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
I don't think you're sure. Also, look at that Kale 03. That Kale's what gives us fucking Kale players a bad name.
I was betrayed once.
Different Gangplank it looks like. Yeah, see, Gangplank should win that matchup pretty easily. Like, not to be rude, like, I do think Kale's sucking ass, but like, Gangplank should win that matchup. Man, say Chaos as much. Oh, dude, speaking of which, hey Neo, have you heard if fucking the new Final Fantasy game is a remake of Final Fantasy 1 or if it's actually like a genuine prequel to the franchise?
I'm trying to, I haven't heard anything about that. Last I heard it was like a remake of one. Last I heard, but don't quote me on that, obviously.
I hope it is. One deserves a remake.
Well, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie that if one wanted to have a remake, that's kind of not what I was asking for, but sure, I guess.
Listen, you just don't like the Final Fantasy 15 designs, is that it?
Well, that and just the fact that, again, listen, Final Fantasy 1 is not Final Fantasy 1 without the main roles, the red mage, the black mage, the white mage.
Racist! That's fair.
I don't know, it just isn't Final Fantasy to me without it. As a matter of fact, if you want to do that, want to do a remake of 1, why not actually include
What's the include?
the warrior of light, you know, the dude who appears in the Cydia, who technically did, well, no, that's a lie, because he technically did appear in the other remake for a Japanese exclusive version. You know, I'm not gonna get into that. Forget it.
Listen, all I know is that Warrior Light is a title, and he wears a stupid helmet.
Sure, someone liked it.
Oh yeah. People who are in denial.
I don't know, man. All I know is if they're gonna do if they wanted to do a Final Fantasy remake, I feel like they should have just included the Warrior of Light and 3D Glory, but also include the other Warriors of Light, such as the aforementioned Rages, but also even
There are
Thief.
no other Warriors of Light. No, according to Alpromnia, there isn't.
But
Japan,
well, guess what? It's dead wrong because there is.
I'm sorry, Neil. You can take it up with the Cannon Masters. Whoa!
Actually, if that is true, that the character is supposed to turn into Chaos, I would actually fit with how Chaos is supposed to be. Because Chaos isn't particularly a physical being per se, but more like a parasitic being, if that makes any sense, that just tosses on the mantle. So it would actually make sense if that was the case.
Well, so then, like, well, if the protagonist turns into Chaos, well, that would allude to him being Garland, since Garland's like, hey, I'm Chaos. Garland,
Well,
let's
here's
talk
the thing.
more time paradoxes. Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that. I was gonna say, well, to be fair, Chaos and the whole Garland shit's already time convoluted, so it's like this won't be out of the ordinary. Like after Chaos basically became a living paradox, pretty much they can do anything with him now.
Watch the end of the game beat Garland beats the shit out of your Chaos player, and he's like, you know what? That's a pretty cool power. Maybe I want that power. I think this guy's onto something.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Part of the reason why I'm a bit upset is because I don't get to see Red Mage in full free glory, but you know.
I mean, Jack last name is Garland. What? What?
Oh yeah, that's right. Let me go find it again. So this is some. I believe this was some Japanese shit that I have to look at again. Where's it at?
His name's Garland? Well, shit, that answers that fucking question. Hello, Jeremy.
I have to find. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, his name is. Yeah, his name is Jack Garland. So
Shut down.
So basically, what you're telling me is that Garland looks like Core from Final Fantasy 15. Well, in fairness, Core is the Blade Master, so you know, yeah, Core the Immortal. Yeah, that good shit.
Garland versus Chaos.
Watch it connect to Final Fantasy 15. Watch it. Calling it now.
Bro. Okay, now you're just having delusions.
Hit
Cut it out.
it Noctis boss fight. Let's go.
No, it's like Warrior of Light. This is my apprentice, Gladia.
No. What would surprise me the most if they somehow managed to connect this all back to Dissidia actually, because funny enough, Dissidia is never really mentioned in the mainline games, despite the fact that it is canon to them, kind of.
It's mentioned. Okay, so technically, Garland's story is a little convoluted. According to what people have stated, like on the Final Fantasy VII, on like the Final Fantasy like Reddit, Garland's story is that Garland was the original Warrior of Light, but he realized that ultimately the princess didn't want to be with him because the king summoned him on purpose, and that basically they were stuck in an endless loop that he couldn't escape from. So the Garland we see in Final Fantasy 1 is when Garland realizes about the loop and tries to break out of it by creating a new loop. Because in order to break out, he has to the princess has to fucking basically stop being a fucking tool.
Well, no, I'm familiar with that.
Oh, Blade Blue was complicated, Jesus.
I'm familiar with that bit. It's just, you know.
You just don't like the fact that he looks like he belongs in a fucking, I don't know, Hot Topic?
No, I'm really not digging the design. Like, again, it really feels like that they're doing this design just to pander instead of just, you know, actually doing something with, you know. I don't know. I really do not like this design. Like, again, my issues with it is just the fact that, like, you're gonna sit here and tell me that this is Final Fantasy 1 with how modernized this setting looks.
So, are you gonna be upset when they bust out their cell phones and use the regalia to go everywhere?
Yes, listen. I understand that Final Fantasy has always, well, not always, but it's bridged the gap between science fiction and fantasy, but Final Fantasy 1 was always purely fantasy. And I want that aspect to stay because it kind of reminds you of the roots of what Final Fantasy was, which was being based off of D&D and the likes. I prefer Final Fantasy 1 to at least be that one universe that stays like fantasy because it really suits it better.
The fantasy is wishing for good characters. I mean, I'm gonna buy it when it comes out because I think it could be pretty solid if it has if its gameplay is actually pretty good. It looks like its gameplay looks pretty solid. And I don't know. I'm invested in the Final Fantasy story at this point. I played too much Opera Omnia. I still have to beat 0.
Or, you know, 9, but...
And Power failed the rest of the verse.
So I hear you saying 9. I'll raise you, fuck Vivi.
I don't know about you, man, but Vivi was never an issue for me.
Well, you know what? Maybe there's something to do with that. He's a black mage, you're Neo. Maybe there's a connection here. You know, chat. Let's play Blue's Clues for a minute. Can you guys see the connection between these two characters?
Wait. I hope we get to see Garland armor at some point from the demo fight. Well, here's the thing about it though. I don't doubt that it's gonna be a good game because again, Team Ninja, I believe, or Ninja Fury, whatever their name was, is taking control over. So I trust that they're gonna make some good gameplay. It's just I've kind of already hammered out some of the issues that I have from like designs and some other stuff.
A summoner has reconnected.
Well, okay, so what if the game starts off by killing Garland? So you kill Garland as Garland, and then Garland goes to the princess, because apparently, if one thing I forgot to mention is that Garland loves a different princess. So Garland loves someone else, apparently, in that lore that I mentioned earlier. And that's why he's also trying to break out the loop as well, because the king's forced him to be with the princess for some fucking reason. I don't know, I guess his fucking daughter can't get a man to save her life. Anyways, so there's a good chance the game might be Garland realizing about the time loop itself and kind of coming to terms with the fact that he's been killing himself over and over again.
Like Looper.
But better.
Is it? It doesn't have Bruce Willis.
Yes. Actually, I like Bruce Willis. I actually don't like the other guy.
I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid.
The gameplay looks interesting, though some mechanics I'm not sold on entirely. Zim, my boy, Final Fantasy IX is not even that hard. If you use a guide, you pretty much sweep the entire game, and it doesn't require heavy farming at all. Anyway, I will...
Actually, no. Final Fantasy IX doesn't even really require much of a guide unless you're trying to get like some certain things. It's really not that bad in that regard.
The only time Vivi's been fucking decent for me was in fucking Opera Omnia, and that's after I fucking paid his fucking bill. We'll have the princess remember the party this entire time.
What bill? Life support? Shit. Well, I'm not gonna say that because of spoilers, but never mind. I shouldn't even said that.
The earth reflects your torment.
Academy, you're 3-2. Fuck off. Hang on. Why is she all by herself over down there? I mean, she gets that. That's great.
I've seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen abominations. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze.
Actually, one thing I do hope is I hope they at least show who the hell he's trying to marry or trying to be with, and actually not think about it.
It's gonna be a fake. It's gonna be all be a lie. There's actually not other kingdoms. Watch. It's all just the fucking like king's imagination to try and make him be with his daughter, like as a choice.
Anyways, let's see here. Let's see what kind of take we got here. Dude, please get off the drugs. No.
Oh, the Final Fantasy 14 one.
Final Fantasy 14, dude.
I haven't even seen Fate in general because fucking every time someone talks about Fate, they're like, "Oh, you mean this version of Fate? You mean this version of Fate? You mean this version of Fate? How many versions of Fate are there? Fucking 5 billion?" Don't answer that question. I'm joking.
Do you want Fate Extra? Do you want Stay Night? Do you want Zero? Do you want Prism?
We didn't need to exhaust, but I just felt it was safe. You know, I've wanted to get Final Fantasy 14 to try, but it's like I don't have the fucking energy to go play an MMO again in my lifetime, I don't think. Because MMOs, they are demanding games.
I don't think I've really ever played an MMO since Warcraft, or at least like not really been into an MMO like that since Warcraft.
The only MMO I might play is that League of Legends apparently is making their own MMO fucking eventually, so I might give that a try, but that'd be more for low purposes.
Aku versus Majora's Mask. I'd get, well, for one thing, it's just Majora, but I'd probably give it to Majora if I'm being honest. Yes, another question for Cal, but I know both series too.
Wait. Wait. So it's called Majora's Mask. Is that not because a guy named Majora just made it?
Well,
It's fine. You don't have to go into your entire backstory.
well, no, the mask itself is Majora. Like it's sentient.
Dude, like.
My broken heart still beats.
It shows Jack is married Princess Sarah or something. Yeah, because like Jack Garland's forced to marry Sarah, being the king. So Garland is not like Garland is fucking not the bad guy in the story at all. He's just the only what makes Garland the bad guy, quote unquote, is that he's the only one who's given up. That's the difference between him and Warrior of Light. And Warrior of Light's not really aware of the cycle until like near the end of the game anyways, but Garland's already given up trying to break out of it.
I did not fall from grace. I
Like, that's what you find out in Dissidia, is in the events of Dissidia, when Warrior of Light and Garland talk to each other, he's already resigned himself to the cycle of battle. He's decided that, like, rather than try and break out of it, he might as well just enjoy the fight.
truth is a dark.
You could argue that he's kind of changed his mind by the events of, like, Final Fantasy 1 specifically, since he does act a little different in comparison, but it's basically the same situation.
My shadow outruns my sister's light.
Oh.
Bro, I'm just hoping if they do. Then again, considering how Upper Armor is basically carrying the Dissidia name, I doubt that they're going to ever do another Dissidia again, or at least anytime soon. But the reason why I brought up that because there's some characters I would love to see in, like, I'm talking like just actual Dissidia that never were in it. That would be so neat.
Well, I hope they make another Dissidia game, because otherwise, that sucks for Warrior of Light. Fuck! Well, I guess I'm saying it wrong. Not Warrior of Light. I mean Onion Knight, since he's Warrior of Light now. Big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill. There's a channel named Yaroshian that did Fate Zero Abridged.
An ally has been slain.
Self-defense. Not my best game, but I'm not doing too bad either.
Begin anew.
Unfortunately, it looks like my dreams of getting to Silver 1 are kind of if we lose this game, we're not making Silver 1 today, for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the ending of FF Origin is going to be the end of the real Warriors of Light showing up, and that would be so cool, bro. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. That'd be nice, bro. But if that's the case, then the lineup better be Warrior of Light, Black Mage, Red Mage, and White Mage.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Maybe it'll end with Warrior of Light being called in to like assist, or like the King calls Warrior of Light in to help to defeat Garland.
Yeah, get down behind you.
Dude, that'd be if that's what they do, that'd make it so worth it.
You will win.
It's
We'll see. It's a tough fucking game because fucking Gangplank's 9-3 and was able to build full crib.
yeah, behind you.
It's a possible win case, but damn is it going to be a tough one. And unfortunately, I'm not playing kill.
Thanks.
Only those who
Thanks. Shit, get down behind you!
Whether by chains or by wings, we are all
On that
bound.
same note, actually, come to think of it, I what if they ever start doing remakes again? I really would love to see a Final Fantasy II remake as well. Why? Because
So it can
as
have a
much
story.
people, as much well, what's that again,
So it can have an actual story instead of like having a novel tell you everything.
bro? I don't care what you say. Story is simple. Story may be simple, but it's still intriguing to me.
Yeah, but it would have been nice to know how the fuck he got that army in the first place.
That is true. I'm not even gonna lie. That is true. But to be
To be fair, there's some games that don't need a remake in order for them to be the best. Cough, cough, Final Fantasy VI, cough, cough.
well, no, that is true. I would still love to have a Final Fantasy VI remake, not just because not just for improvement reasons, because Final Fantasy VI on its own is good. It's still a game that you can play to this day. But what I would really love to have it remade for is to see how they would reimagine it and like really bring it to life. You know, I don't expect it to be as good as the original. But that's one of the reasons why I would love to see a Final Fantasy VI remake, just out of sheer curiosity of what they could do with today's technology with a game already as amazing as it is.
No, I would actually like them to see would actually like them to try to attempt to do the fucking turn-based system again.
I mean, that'd be pretty neat. Although me personally, I could tolerate them doing sort of something similar to what they did with 7 remake for 6. I could tolerate that. But if they do turn-based, that'd be nice too. It would be nice for them to return back to that. Sorry, go on, Zim.
Oh no, I was checking this out. Oh,
FF5 is Final Fantasy 5 is amazing. I don't care what anyone says. It's one of the best Final Fantasies of all time. And it having a remake, as unlikely as it is, it would be great.
my panel's looking pretty clean, new in. I'm assuming there's still more color to be added there. Look at that Majin Kale. She's 15 yet, she's not 16. FBI, wait, don't take it out of context.
Some call me
Hey, also, Sparta, I didn't even know you were in the
Get
Final.
arrested for being attracted to a fictional character.
Also,
yeah, otherwise
Sparta,
you'd be in prison.
Sparta, I didn't even realize you were a Final Fantasy fan either.
Oh wow, I missed barely.
betrayal never comes from your enemies.
Like I knew, cause like I didn't have an idea, cause again, not to be the type of person here, but like, while a lot of people in Zim server has played like Final Fantasy, I can't really name a lot of people who's really played it like I have.
Eye of the powerful. I have truths of my own.
What was I gonna say regarding yeah, but 5 having a remake would be neat. Although, like I said, but going back to 2, the reason why I want 2 to have a remake is because, well, for one thing, it definitely could be, they could do a lot of improvement with it. I personally didn't have an issue with Final Fantasy 2's gameplay or the likes. As a matter of fact, I think Final Fantasy 2 is actually way too overhated in a lot of areas. But it would be nice for them to kind of reimagine the gameplay and change it in a way that really would, you know, make players, you know, like it a lot more. But also in general, it kind of has the same case with Final Fantasy VI, to where I feel like the game would be nice to see how they could do it if they had today's technology.
Oh, Kale got stupid. Oh, but Jesus carrying.
Although I don't care what anyone says though, Furion is really good. I don't care what anyone says. Furion is always going to be one of my favorite protagonists in Final Fantasy.
Do they have a lot of AP? No, they don't.
Fray.
Let's go ahead and get Demonic Embrace. Now they had Set and Yumi. Nintendo's never gonna remaster their fucking games. The fact that they even remaster Sunshine's proof of that.
For an honest sinner over a righteous liar.
Your turret has been destroyed. Executed.
Oh, I'm so bad at this fucking QQ. Let's go fucking, hang on.
I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes. The earth reflects your torment.
Hang on. Are they doing Baron? Shit.
To walk barefoot, skin to soil, is true.
What was I gonna say? Although if there's one series I do wish more people got into, and slowly is getting a fan base, but still is. I wish more Westerners would get into Dragon Quest because holy shit are people missing out. Dragon Quest is an amazing series.
Oh, he fucking orange. That's not on me.
Like, there's a reason why Dragon Quest in its heyday was so popular that it basically nearly affected Japanese as Japan's economy by making people just not want to work.
Are you serious?
No, it's no joke. There's a rule or like a law that Dragon Quest cannot be released during weekdays because Dragon Quest was so popular that people would literally take days off consistently just to play it. So it kind of fucked over their workforce and the likes. No joke. I'm not even joking with you.
When Japanese people get RPGs, is this life? Doesn't Dragon Quest 11 have millions of copies?
Yeah, I believe so. I have to look up how much it sold. But it's really good. Really good, and also it's pretty well received.
Learned all the wrong lessons.
I don't know. The reason why I brought up Dragon Quest is because I'm just again.
Man, I can
since,
honestly my fucking life. Good.
since we're bringing up RPGs and all like, it would just be nice because Dragon Quest is a series I wouldn't even call small because again, it's really known in Japan. It's just that it's only really small outside of Japan. And it's a shame because, again, this series is amazing. Probably one of my favorite series of all time, but not too many people really play it, so I don't get to talk about it that much. Like, with like 70% of series that I know.
Alright, fuck yeah, I'll take that.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Alright. Alright, I distracted him, I took ults. Fuck yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that every day. Nice.
Your team has destroyed
Dude. Dude. I haven't played the World Ends With You Neo, but I need to play it. The original World Ends With You is, in my opinion, one of the best RPGs of all time. At least it should be in the conversation for it.
I've heard the translation for Neo 20 is kind of shitty. It's quite a few areas.
Alright, let's go ahead and honor Kale for being Kale. You know, no, don't need any more reason than that. Anyways, so Newen, I'm assuming you're gonna finish coloring that panel. Okay. Oh, my MMR took a bit of a hit there.
Yeah, I do plan on getting Neo because for one thing, I'm surprised they even made a sequel to The World Ends With You. I thought that series was gonna stay in obscurity, but for some reason it didn't.
Probably because then a bunch of fucking YouTubers were like, "Oh, The World Ends With You is a really good game."
Bro, keep the contrarian in you.
I mean, if you want the honest opinion, that's basically how these sequels end up happening these days. You get like a bunch of YouTubers find this one obscure game, and then they just all make videos about it. The companies see they have a fucking like an actual marketplace, and they're like, "Hey, let's make a game." Now, that's not to say the quality of the game is bad or not, but that's basically how these sequels get made for obscure games. I've never actually played the game, and unlike someone I know, I play the shit I talk about.
Bruh. Damn.
No, the translation for Neo 20 is actually pretty good. 74 LP. We're close. We're close. If we get 2 quick wins, we can make it.
What was I gonna say? But Yeah, all I know is, yeah, I'm really glad that this series, again, I'm glad that there is love for the Worlds with you, because again, I'm gonna be real here. I feel like that Kingdom Hearts is also kind of plays a role of that as well.
Too bad the game flopped due to the game due to Square giving the game zero advertisement.
Well, to be fair, it literally just came and went. Like they mentioned, like I remember when it got announced, but they didn't really say much about it, and then it just came and went. Like I hate when companies do that. Like you expect the game to go up, but you don't really do much to advertise or anything for it. There's been many games I know that has that same situation, and it's kind of ridiculous. Like what did you expect was going to happen?
I expected the
I've
game.
always found I've always found when a company does that, it gives them an excuse to point and say like, why would we make another one if this one sold so poorly?
Yeah, that's what they're gonna say, but unfortunately these days that argument holds a little more merit since like even if they don't advertise it themselves, there's got to be someone like on YouTube or something who would have known about it and then try to get it out there. I
Well,
remember when Neo came out, there was actually freaking there was actually like 3 videos on my homepage about the game actually from like random fucking YouTubers.
well, here's the issue with that. Even if someone were to get a hold of it, it's not gonna really put the game on the map, sadly. Like as much as I would love that to be the case, yeah, man, they actually have to put in effort and advertise it better. At least if they expect it to actually, do something. Or on the alternative side, you could be Capcom and still cancel a game and blame it on fans even after having supported it.
You want to talk about it?
Yes, it's called Mega Man Legend 3. I will no. Of all the shitty things that Capcom did in their heyday, that's the most scummy thing that they did. Because you know why? Fans showed that they care. They've done everything in their power to let their voice be heard. But nope. Apparently, even that's not enough. We're just gonna cancel the game. Not only cancel it, but also blame it on you for your quote unquote lack of support. Like you, Capcom, bro. Uh, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm glad Capcom has at least shapened up and kind of changed a bit. But that I'll never let them down for that. That was just douchebag levels.
I'll never forgive you, Capcom, for taking away what was mine.
No, and here's the worst part about it. It's not even like this was a game that was like, and like this wasn't even like this was a game that was in concept. No, this game had trailer. This game had trailers. This game had gameplay for it, so it was already in pretty good development. But they just canned it for no reason, basically.
Oh, only one Ignite, no exhaust on their team? That's gonna be great for me. Or put Neko in Smash X7. I mean, you guys understand that Smash is done, right? There's probably not gonna be any more Smash characters.
Games.
I mean, they'll remake Ultimate for every console that comes out.
Oh, good. So it'll just be Nintendo's version of Skyrim.
I was thinking more of Capcom doing a Street Fighter, but you know.
Well, going off Kyle's joke, I was just gonna say, wasn't that what Nintendo did with Mario already? Oh, hello, Mangler.
Hello.
Wait, you know what? That's crazy to think about. Like we've for this long, we've really let Capcom get away with re-releasing Street Fighter 2 for so long.
Look at them thighs. Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's good.
Thankfully, though, Street Fighter 2 thankfully isn't their best-selling game now. Currently, that's well-deserved with Monster Hunter World.
Wait,
I was
bro,
gonna say,
that's
like,
that's only
Zim,
game.
that was so poorly timed.
No, let me
when
look at no,
when
let me
Neo's like,
look
they
it up
keep
right now.
re-releasing Street Fighter 2, and you're like, look at the thighs.
Best selling game right now. It is. Yeah, I think it actually is Monster Hunter. That is crazy. I did not know that.
What a
It's
disappointing
crazy.
fact.
Huh. Oh my god, that is actually crazy.
Of all the games Capcom made, that's the one that sells the most. Fuck, I feel bad now. Dragon's Dogma fucking is a better game. Why is that not over fucking Monster
They're
Hunter?
not even the same type of game.
Fifth dimensional transcend the Kale? It would be fifth dimensional, yeah. Zim is a sim for thighs. I'm a sim for everything. Like look at this splash art, beautiful. Except for that hair. That hair is fucking gross. Kasai's fucking hair is trash in this fucking skin.
So, Kyle, we can't play duels tonight because I got kicked out of my house.
Are you okay?
Oh, well, no, okay, so I have like out of my mother's house. My dad's house is nearby, but like basically what happened was I was like, hey, I got my COVID test back. They're like, that's great. I'm like, well, my first one came back negative, and the second one came back positive. And they're like, all right, you have COVID. And I'm like, can I explain myself first? I'm talking it over to my manager. Like, no, you're not coming back here. I'm like, do I get a word or a say in this? No. Like, oh. That's not fucked up at all.
I'm sorry, Mangler, but it's either you or COVID. Who do you think they're gonna pick?
Fortunately, I managed to get my laptop so I can at least get work done while I'm over here. But yeah, I have no Xbox basically, so I will have to make a new account on my PC.
Well, at least you know it's built now. Sent you an update, mate. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna look at that update yet, New Hin, because if I fucking alt tab right now, you know they're going to invade and they're gonna fucking have their way with me.
Evil grows, so shall I.
It's not funny, Neo.
This just sounds like a.
Oh, it absolutely
This
is
world
funny.
was not made to last.
Slavery, no.
Wow. Slavery joke. Do you really think you can make jokes about that, Neo? Do you really think you're allowed to make jokes about that? Oh!
The irony of you saying that is just not lost on me. It's most glorious.
Ya no has mirado la escena ahí. Ya, la... Yo nomás que la billete que estaba ahí en la mesa, eso es lo que yo quería.
So Zim,
Hang on, Mangler. ¿Qué más está mañana?
holding on
Alright, go ahead.
for dear life.
Oh, fine, it's the hentai character. Well, this is gonna be an interesting topic.
Remember when we thought that thread was finished, and then it wasn't?
Yeah, I saw Bobby apparently was able to comment in it. Really weird. Thought that was like an admin only thing at this point.
So you can ask for, so general members were not allowed to comment it. They had to ask for permission. Yeah, they're in there arguing that the original chaos should be like low 1C, and then I'm thinking to myself like, okay, what's the reasoning? They're just like, well, it's like it predates the existence of the demon world, which predates the existence of the human world. I'm like, hold up, we already have a problem here.
I do think Bobby does have a valid point though, because Bobby was like fucking like, where is it stated the human world is lesser than the demon world? To be fair, that is never stated. I think that's a fair point to bring up.
If you go by the instruction manual, that's not true, because when we go by DMC1's instruction manual, while it isn't stated blatantly, it is still stated that there are higher and lower realms, and the information is being stated by like as a third person from Moose' perspective, when his intention is to conquer the demon world and the human world, and the first one it refers to is the upper realms in that case. So you could very well argue that the demon world in this case is the upper realms, because it's either the demon world or it's the human world. So there are upper and lower realms, and that would include the demon world and the human world. It's not stated that the demon world is the upper realm or the lower realm, but it doesn't have to be. That's not necessary. That being stated would just make it more blatant, so you can't lie about it. Like that's kind of how I would consider that position. It isn't specifically stated, okay, so it hasn't been baby-proofed. Like, I can still lead myself to that conclusion with all the evidence and information that's presented throughout the series. So,
especially if we're referring to that beginning of 3's manga, where it's explicitly shown that the demon world is far... the human world is infinitesimal by comparison.
Well, you wouldn't even need that. Couldn't you just make the argument that, like, demons are, like, well and truly above humans, and even, like, the most lesser of them?
like I said,
And the fact that, like, the human world's born from the demon world?
We're not even going into how the cosmology is created, or the fact that the primordial chaos that they're referring to, they keep treating it separately than the demon world. It's not. It says in the scan, this world is born in darkness, unending darkness, a crucible of chaos. But even to that primordial existence,
We talking
there
about DMC
came
now?
a ray of life.
Yeah, I guess talking about DMC now.
Darkness became the demon world. The primordial chaos and
okay,
the darkness
so
are the
then,
same thing.
so then, wait. So are they trying to just upgrade DMC to 5D in general? Then is that what they're trying to do?
No, so they're trying to upgrade the primordial chaos in DMC to 5D.
Which would scale
And
the
then I
Void
guess
Mundus and shit.
But they're arguing that the demon world isn't. So they think there's like some unknown 5D plane that exists that doesn't have any evidence for it when it's literally stated in the scan.
Why would they waste their time arguing that then if it doesn't matter then if they don't think it scales to anybody?
Well, this is VSB, so maybe that was the plan all along. They're just like, hey,
These are the same people who are like, we're happy to give them 9D souls. But, you know, God forbid you point out that they interact and destroy souls religiously.
They really should just let that scan alone.
We have here political power scaling. Look at it, guys. We did upgrade DMC. Don't you see this on our wiki? What are you talking about? We did. Like, as you can see, there's 5D scaling. Who does it scale to? Absolutely no one. But that doesn't matter. We made the effort, right? Right?
That's just weird.
So, shit argument. Human world is parallel connected to the demon world? No, that's not true. Upper and lower realms are referred to regions on Earth? No, because the statement's being made by Mundus.
All I know is that DMC ain't 5D. That's up for debate.
You gotta have evidence to back up that claim. And your evidence can't be, well, your evidence can't be there isn't a statement. That's like, it's basically saying, like,
well, this depends on like how you take what? Does she have TP? Oh, she runs TP, that whore.
If you want to go by the logic of like, there's no statement, it's like, okay. Like, that's a very slippery slope if you want to go that route, because you can like deny a lot of different things.
When someone tells me there isn't a statement or isn't evidence for that claim, they're speaking from their position of knowledge. You have to like verify that with credibility. The problem is that every person that's made this claim to me either hasn't scaled DMC like consistently at all, or hasn't read like most of the secondary source material, hasn't like compartmentalized that knowledge in their brain and connected it together in like a consistent manner, or hasn't even read most of the source material to begin with. So
as you can see, the way Mangler sees people who have questions or disagree is quite the same. But then again, he's a little more jaded than I am.
Statements sometimes help back them up. No, statements definitely help back them up, but statements
I
make
think
it
I've got
obvious.
I think I've got something that'll like help Mangler's point here, and that's just like most of the people who argue against just haven't read the novels or gone through the manga.
Like, let me give an example. Like, I'm trying. Oh yeah, so I'll use the nightmare statement. So if I went through DMC1's Kaizo Shinto Japanese guidebook, and I believe, based on the statements from Dante's perspective, that nightmare can destroy the demon world, because he says in some what is effectively business casual Japanese, or business formal, I believe, that if this thing could really go off, it might actually lead to the magic world disappearing or something. He says something effectively to that thing. It's kind of rough in the translation. You might argue, well, I mean, that's not an exact statement. Then Visions of E comes out, and it's stated directly by Mundus, the person who created Nightmare, that its power could lay waste to the demon world.
Discuss. You broke it.
So we have to like ask ourselves, is that not like enough evidence or information? Because the point was still correct in the first scan. The second one just came along and made like arguments.
Oh, Bard, what the fuck are you doing up here, Bard? Fucking Bard players, man, for fuck's sake. Let's see. Realms obviously means regions in the manga context. Why would Mundus cite without context?
So the problem here is that you're arguing that it's a physical region on Earth when that's literally like incorrect in the context of how DMC's verse operates. Because like DMC, even within its stories, do not take place usually outside
Hi,
of
Sean.
either local region. Like the way that the stories happen in DMC is that a specific area of the human world gets attacked by dimensions inside of the demon world. So arguing it's like region based is kind of irrelevant. Especially when we have situations like Devil May Cry 4 where there are hellgates to multiple different worlds and multiple different dimensions separated by space and time. Like none of those areas are even in the same time space. We have stuff like DMC 3, I think we have stuff like DMC 5 where it's like goes with the dimension where the Clipon is. We can't in good faith argue that it's anywhere near comparable to like the positions of location.
She's here somewhere. Where the hell is she?
Well,
Like you need to have good reason, and an honest position to hold why you would take like. You have to have honest reasoning and position, or I guess honest reasoning and criteria for why you would assume or take a position in the first place, especially when we're talking about the basis of knowledge.
Oh my goodness, why are these people flaming each other so damn fucking much? Damn!
Quiet, Dim. I'm listening. Quiet, Dim. I'm listening to the TED Talk.
Shush! My fucking teammates keep fucking flaming each other. For fuck's sake, guys. It's only been 2 deaths.
Maybe they should find some water and cool each other off.
Don't say that. It's when they start feeding the enemy team. It's when they decide they want to become Red Cross members all of a sudden.
I don't actually know what flaming in League means.
It means basically cussing out your teammates and telling them to go fuck themselves. It's a healthy practice every now and again.
Oh, I actually thought that was like...
I just call that workplace practice.
Exactly.
You know, having a lot of knowledge is good and all, but some statements don't require that knowledge of the verse to understand what they're trying on. That's true, but it depends on the statement. Like, the statement can be very nuanced, or it can be like... It can be very, very blatant. It really depends on what's being stated.
Dude, Lee Sin, get the fuck over here and just tower dive this dumb bitch.
Okay, it's true someone said, but again in the manga, Mundus said this, I will invade Earth and invade its upper and lower realms. No, so that statement is not made in the manga, that's made in DMC 1's instruction manual. What he says specifically in the 3's manga is, these two worlds were once united, so why not rule them as one? That's his exact statement. And what he says, he doesn't say the Earth. He says these two worlds, and he's referring to the human world and the demon world. And it's literally the page following after. It says, the darkness became the demon world, and the light became the human world. Like, I don't know, at that point you would basically have to be, like, your expectation of...
How powerful is Justice from Guilty Gear?
Is unreasonable because you're expecting
Depends.
like,
do you want to scale her to? No, you couldn't really scale her to Jacko, I guess, after she fuses. So I'd say at least multi-galaxy.
there's no physical evidence either for higher dimensions. Didn't Kenlom debunk this? That would require Kenlom to have like knowledge of like DMC, but Kenlom has stated clearly that he doesn't actually have any. He hasn't actually played any games.
Allow me to offer a more neutral answer here before fucking Mango goes off on his own again. Basically, that debate format was not a good indication or showing of things that went on.
That wasn't during the debate. That was stated. He just meant like, didn't Kenlom debunk the claim that the higher and lower? Like, no, he didn't.
He'll say he will, but he didn't.
That also wasn't something I claimed in the debate or even outside of the debate. I'm just saying, like, that's something that's at least, like, the argument that the demon world never views the human world as, like, lower or doesn't have evidence of it, especially because it doesn't have a direct statement, like, that's not even true. All of those claims are false.
Tristan, buddy, I understand your low and loyal Mingler's claim here, but before you start talking about, like, having good knowledge on it, Kyle's played every single game and knows all the story.
Of what?
of Guilty Gear.
Why? What does he think that justice scales to?
No, it's because he's using Mangler's argument back to say like I scale Guilty Gear because I'm the one knowledgeable on it. Like he's
Guilty
throwing
Gear
Mangler.
works different. Guilty Gear
let
works
me be
differently from
clear
DMC.
about this, Sir Tristan. We have people.
Well,
in our-
okay. Playing devil's advocate for a bit. I understand the argument here. Basically, what he's getting at here is probably gonna be the only time I'm actually gonna acknowledge the existence. But what Tristan is getting at here is that Mangler's whole tirade is basically somewhat meaningless in a way. Yes, knowledge does matter in a sense, but it's not. But like in a way as well, it also kind of doesn't really matter for certain things. And also in addition, it's kind of just comes off as very elitist.
See that this is. I think this is the problem we have here in like discussion is that like knowledge not mattering. The entire basis and reason for me even giving you this information is based on my knowledge.
Would you use your Civic?
It could be more relevant.
Oh, he's got a Honda VTEC. Yeah, Kel's upgrade to omniscience of other verses on versus
I have
Wiki.
all the knowledge on GG. I don't say I have all the knowledge on Devil May Cry. I just think the people who criticize it don't know what they're talking about. That's not me being elitist. Like they're saying
Go back to leaking.
it's inconsistent with the lore. Like it's not even that they're saying, well, I think this thing may need some more information. I don't know, like after reading X thing, I think there could be more information. It's always like, we don't know this. I'm like, well, so if I say we don't know this, I'm already making a broad claim to people's knowledge. I have to kind of like prove that's actually true.
Knowledge universal. Okay, wait, hang on, guys. That's not Kyle talking, that's Mangler. I don't understand how you guys keep confusing them.
Wait, do they actually think that I am that wrong?
For some reason, and I don't know why, my chat confuses Kyle with everyone who shows up.
How many streams have we been in together at this point? Like,
No, Zim, you don't understand. We are Legion.
dude, wait. Is this why, like, wait, so are you just some, like, random person in the background that they perceive, or are we perceived as, like, the same person? Is this how you float under the radar like a stealth bomber every time someone lights a fire under my ass?
The joke was kill the wall? Oh, okay.
Oh. I don't know this Kale that you speak of.
Oh, come on! Yes! Fuck you, Draven! Alright, sorry about that.
I don't know what this Draven is either.
He's a pussy. And our lead saint the dead man. Kel, where DMC B90?
That sounds
No, so fucking yeah, like at the end of the day, like I do agree to some extent with both cases here. Yeah, there are a lot of statements that should be able to be understood at face value, that can be contested at face value. I think that's a fair point to bring up. But I think Mangler's also right too that in some cases there is knowledge that is prevalent in the verse that you probably need to make an accurate claim on something. Motherfucker!
Or rather, if someone you're claiming against has that knowledge, they could just bring it up. And like, you now have to contest that. And if they bring up more evidence, you need to contest that evidence with more evidence rather than just saying, like, we don't know. It's like, I mean, the claim gets weak the more evidence that's brought in, because now you're making claims on positions of knowledge when your opponent is clearly not lacking knowledge. The general claims are no longer applicable. They've been debunked by the conversation being had. That's my position. Also, I just want to say, like, after working on all the information in the cosmology section, I don't think you guys can actually process how many scans exist for every claim that I've made.
Okay.
Like, we're talking like 200, 300 at least. That I can put in here.
Fucking Bard, man. Threw the fucking game and lost my own IP. I mean, give me a sec. Alright, guess we're gonna be picking up new hint. That's fucking annoying. Oh, nice.
Jokes aside, though, Kale kind of has the mentality of a 3D punk for a 5DB. I wish I know what this Kale was.
Well, so Kale basically, her entire purpose, she was basically just a regular human at first. Then her mom, quote unquote, died. Then
Was
she
she
got
also
her.
a salad at some point?
What?
Was she also a salad at some point?
No, but her favorite food is kale.
I was trying to make a joke, but you know,
I know.
whatever. You kind of got to the point before me. Why do I even bother?
The page looks pretty good, Ewan. I would suggest, or if like one thing, if it's possible, if you could maybe paint the multiple hands moving in red, that'd probably be cool. Maybe add some maybe some liquid effects. That'd be nice. But yeah, it looks great.
Okay, so where do we left off? One thing I'll say is that I disagree with the backyard being a higher dimension. I don't know what this backyard is that you speak of.
That's a reference to Guilty Gear.
Ah.
Let's see how it goes, man. My highest rank has been gold 3. But that's because I never really play after I get gold. Like I kind of stop playing after I get gold.
I was just gonna say it must be some serious backyard if it's on the table for having like higher or lower dimensions.
Yeah,
backyard.
There's weird statements about it. Sure, I'll try to do it tomorrow. The third page will take some time to do, but I'll give it my all. Hang on. Let me see here.
Wait, so if you were to download YGO Pro, not YGO Pro, Master Duels on the PC, would you just download it from Steam?
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, you download it from Steam. Oh yeah, this panel is gonna be probably the hardest one to do.
Where's the Steam? Oh no! Don't tell me you're updating.
It's okay, Newman. That'll probably be like the most difficult panel, probably for the entire piece afterwards, because this will end up turning into a hentai at some point, because I'm a degenerate. So I don't think there'll be anything too hard after that. Maybe in the next five panels I commissioned, there'll be like maybe more of a fight scene. Maybe it might be another difficult one in there, but we'll see.
Why don't you have a naked fight scene?
Kyle, that's stupid.
That's cool.
So what you hear is me slowly dying as I grind up Steam, and as I start up Steam in the futile effort to get a deck going, only to realize that none of my data is with me because my Xbox isn't over here, so I have to start it.
I'll say.
It's okay. I'll verse you with your starting deck.
Why have the tables turned?
Oh, something like that.
I took so many L's today. I'll take whatever win I can get. I got demolished by a lolly pack and a dark magician pack.
And anyway,
what were you playing, tricksters?
So then, did they remove DMC's upgrades from the fucking thread then, or are they still going on? So get the challenger. That'll be cool. Yeah. My highest rank was gold 3, but let's just get the challenger. Yeah, that's possible, dude. I'm not Tyler 1, okay?
They didn't remove their upgrades. I think they're just arguing for more per se, but they haven't started a new thread either, so it's kind of weird.
I have bullets for the backyard is a higher dimension, and bullets against the backyard being a higher dimension. Well, so then hang on. So then you just don't think the backyard is a higher dimension?
The backyard is a higher dimension. It's stated to be a higher dimension.
Oh boy.
All these games that I'm never gonna play because my PC is not powerful.
If I remember correctly, it's not only stated in Sign, it's also stated in what's the one for it? Overture.
Wait, what? Wait, is that true?
What?
Did Soul bang Justice while she was a fucking robot?
Okay, so... So he technically can't bang Justice because you find out in Sign that Justice is like this 100-story tall robot.
Does it have a hole?
So you can kind of make the assertion that Arya was pregnant before that man turned her into Justice.
So let's talk about what really happened. Do you guys play RPG games? Yeah, we play RPG
Look.
games.
Look, when Daisuke made Guilty Gear, he started with the gameplay, the characters, and then he worked his way into the story. The story was not the first priority.
Do you guys play RPG? Well, dude, I probably play more RPGs than anyone here, really.
Are you kidding? Like Neo lives in role playing. In fact, like I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure like the Neo we see before us is just an avatar of like is just his created character, made by someone else.
Why would he play on hard mode though?
But the real Neo is not sitting before us.
I love their team is hella squishy, bro. Our only tank is you. What the fuck do you mean our team is hella like, dude? Come on. Little self awareness.
No, that brings up a question. What if in actuality every single being that exists, like right now, what if we have like sort of a whole Azaphov situation going on where everything that we're thinking of right now is a dream, but once we die, we return back to our true states. Like,
Why
let's
the
say
fuck
we're
is
all
this so
we're
lame?
we are
So would you
godheads?
So would you just say that suicide is just logging off then?
I thought you were gonna say what if we were all like creative characters?
Chrono Cross could still happen for all we know. It just doesn't announced yet. Also, the gear processor Ari and the Justice would have killed the child. My bet is that Soul got unconscious in some fight against her and Justice and did her thing. Okay.
Again, she's the size of a fucking building. You tried finding a vagina. All I saw was a giant robo penis.
It's inside the penis.
Wait. Speaking of RPG, what the hell happened to? Well, Chrono Cross. Okay, so as far as remakes goes, I'm not too sure, but there wasn't a whole event that was going on with Cross that it got with what was the name of it? That one game. But no, Chrono Cross surprisingly hasn't left Square's mind state. It's been there. It's just for some reason they're not doing anything with it.
There's not enough of a market for it, you see.
Do I have any friends on Steam? Probably not.
Well, you don't need them to be friends on Steam. You just need to be friends on Master Duel.
This is true.
You know, Ewan, I don't think I've ever asked, but so like, what is going to be the price range for this project you're on? Like, I thankfully I've covered the more finances recently, and I am going back to work next week, so I'll be able to pay no problem. But it's like, 55. All right. Let me award this.
I don't have time for restraint.
I'm just gonna leave this here. Kyle, don't worry about this. $11 for each page. Yeah, that's fine.
The dollar sign's supposed to come before the number.
No. In America, we put it after the number.
Weird.
Wait, what?
Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong here. Let me ask Neo. Neo, when you write like a dollar amount, where do you put the dollar sign? Like, let's say you put 5. Where do you put the dollar sign at?
Yeah, usually we put. Okay, so usually we put the dollar first. I mean, like the dollar sign first.
It can be on the right, but like usually it's on the left. It's just like. So I think there's a circumstance where it's appropriate to put the dollar sign on the right, but I can't remember what it is.
Sounds weird.
Pretty sure there is one though.
I mean, it's entirely possible. I just don't pick. Like, I don't really work with like digital like money fucking bills all that often, so it's entirely possible I'm wrong here. I just usually, when I saw it, it was usually on the right.
Awesome.
Yo! Let's go!
I'll let you off with a warning.
Oh, never seen that much excitement in a man before.
No, you should have seen that play. Oh, that was awesome. Oh, fuck that Shaco.
Even if I had, I don't know if I would have been able to tell what was going on.
Trust me. I'm pretty sure that was that clean Kale play. Beat the gank. Fucking got the kill. Beautiful. 10 out of 10 Kale play right there. Yeah, that's gonna be the only good play this game.
Would you say it was quite the kale salad?
Wow.
What is
this? What is this? A fucking Mark situation? What do I look like?
An ally has been slain.
If she was nearly crushed, it'd be a kale sandwich.
I hate you guys.
Oh my gosh. Oh my fucking gosh. I think Kyle getting into Resident Evil was a big mistake.
Sure, you know what? It will be when we see him play it on his own. Dude, it's so sad. No, Neil, did you watch the ending of that stream where he fought the final boss? He beat it so casually.
I won, and that's the end.
No, it's so lame.
What's a good screen resolution?
At least when I fought Lucifer, he could fight back.
I have a couple options. I have 1600 by 900, 1920 by 1080,
Just pick the smallest ones, or at least one of the smaller ones so your PC runs better.
1280 by 720, 1366 by 768, and 1440 by 810.
And my couple arguments against back argument high dimensions, they confuse or coexist with the physical world. Anyone with limited speed can move in it, so... While the backyard is indeed autonomous place, moving in a autonomous place alone is not enough to meet the criteria of measurable speed, unless... Well, okay, so first off, it would not be immeasurable. It would be infinite or inaccessible, would you be arguing for there. Criteria of measurable speed, unless actually stated that users with limited speed can't move. So, Timeless Voids has been like probably one of the weirdest things about power scaling, because everyone has different criteria on it. Because if you watch that one video everyone goes to on YouTube, he does say Timeless Voids give you infinite speed, but then you got other people being like, no, it doesn't. Timeless Voids for sure are probably one of the more contentious subjects in versus debating. Because I know VSB doesn't accept Timeless Voids.
Generally, the most common one that you'll find is that people will use it for speed, but will just more or less agree that it's like the weakest form of infinite speed. Basically, it doesn't really curtail any distance. So other infinite speed characters can basically blitz your ass in the next week.
Infinite is also something that cannot be fathomed, so yeah, measurable. No, that's not measurable. Measurable is moving through linear time. Again, so then just use inaccessible then. Like, that's why I gave the inaccessible. Like, they're fundamentally two different speed feats. Look at Null Realm from Dragon Ball. Hang on. There has been many instances that moving times wasn't grant measurable speed. Again, like, it's not measurable, bro.
Also, it's not really like VSB's definition of like immeasurable. Like character stats and profiles wiki, Omniversal Battle Wiki, VSB, like your average power skill.
No, we're not using VSB's definition. Dude, I literally started by mentioning a YouTube video that everyone references for the speed feat.
No, like even for immeasurable speed, all the wikis have a similar definition for it. Infinite's a bit different, but immeasurable is very close on each of these wikis definitions.
Wait. So then, like, hang on. What do you call the Flash moving through time then? Would you say it's the same type of speed feat?
As what?
Well, no, I'm asking the...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because,
well, okay, so...
Oh, I guess go ahead, Neil.
Here's the thing about that. Well, here's the only reason that moving through time is considered immeasurable is not because it's moving beyond linear time or anything like that, but it's basically being able to move through... Okay, so when you move through time, like, actually, like, physically move through time, you're basically moving through different eras and different periods by speed physically and the likes. That's one of the reasons why it's considered immeasurable, because by technicalities, you are kind of moving beyond linear time in a sense, but it's weird. It's very, very weird because again, it's on the quote unquote lower end of a measurable. Like there really isn't a scale per se, but it's weird.
Well, obviously there's not a mathematical scale for it, but like there's like more or less an agreed upon way most power scalers do discuss it.
I typically just make the distinction that a person that's infinite speed will never be moving through time with raw speed. They'll still be moving within the same dimension of space, just at like an infinitely higher rate of speed, but they'll never go through time with their raw speed. It's not gonna happen.
Well, here's the thing about that as well. I kind of don't like that perception because, while yes, technically moving beyond linear time can entail that, it's not an inherent thing that comes with it.
Oh,
At least not. Okay, so it's a bit hard to explain here, and I have to go into a whole. Well, not really a whole lot of physics.
When I make that distinction, I'm usually talking about beings that are like three-dimensional. Because once you get into the fourth dimension, then it gets a little tricky. Because then higher dimensional beings have like different ways that they interact with constructs like time and space. So how they would view it would be different.
And the whole thing with infinite, well, here's how I would describe infinite, per se. Think of teleportation, but not really. The reason why I bring that up is because it would be similar in nature, but obviously not exactly teleportation. The reason why it would be something similar to that is it's basically being able to move through any point, but without any like time in between. So like it would basically be instantaneous, which would be basically comparable to teleportation, but obviously not the same.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, if I wanted, I'll be honest, like, if I wanted a layman's way to explain something to someone, I would probably use the explanation of teleportation, and I would just be like, alright, so imagine that a person can move so fast, they can, like, be there before they left. That's probably an example of an immeasurable speed. Because, like, a person who's infinite speed, at least to my knowledge, isn't breaking the speed formula so hard that they give you the illusion that they arrived before they even...
We saved Woolly Bear? Dude.
Even, like, we're there.
Dude, this top lane has been, like, super successful. Shaco was here.
Hard to explain, but...
You cooking the chops?
Been a very successful top lane.
I don't know. Like I said, and dealing with infinite and immeasurable are just really, really, really annoying. I'd say, like I said, infinite in itself, in my personal opinion, is a lot more easier to understand. But immeasurable comes with a lot of implications. Like, even then, I really feel like you would have to do a lot to really, truly explain it. Because, again, again, there's a lot of things about it that people don't really get, in my personal opinion, because... How do I put it this way? Because it comes with, you just have to know a lot about, a good amount about physics, per se. Because one thing that I wish people did understand is there technically is different quote-unquote levels of immeasurable. If you're able to move if you're able to move along like a fifth dimensional axis, that's immeasurable just as moving through time is, but also moving through that fifth dimensional axis should yield better quote-unquote speed.
Oh, so just to clarify, we don't treat inaccessible and immeasurable or inaccessible and infinite as different speeds in here.
We just use the term inaccessible because that's what's very commonly used on YouTube.
Yeah, these days it's more common. Like we just call them the same thing because mathematically they are the same thing.
Oh, I have to pick up this dragon deck again.
You could try a different
one.
I
literally, for one of the longest times, I've literally just referred to it as like the diet terminology as just superior infinite speed. I don't even call it inaccessible.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh. Can we survive this?
Mangler's PTSD with infinite speed being under his bed. Infinite speed being under his bed. I'm gonna be honest, if there are beings out there that can move at infinite distances, they probably have more important things to be doing than being underneath my bed. Hopefully.
Why didn't I die there?
Nice. Why does Konami insist on making these dragon decks where they give me Lord of D?
I'm just gonna be honest, like once you get into like the higher realms of power scaling, most math is super hard to apply if it could try not to die. like most math is super hard to apply if you can even apply it at all. Like that's why I always thought it was just simpler and like kind of why everyone agreed, at least from what I've seen on YouTube, that like if you can run through time immeasurable, 0 time like inaccessible, and then if you can move an infinite distance, infinite. I never understood why inaccessible was considered more impressive than infinite. At least because that's how because they perceive it as more impressive. I've never understood why specifically, but like
It's not.
well, obvious. Well, okay, Neil, I understand it's not, but I'm just saying, like, I've never understood why they perceived it as more impressive.
If you wanted character stats and profiles explanation, I believe it has to do with cardinality, because they essentially argued that the inaccessible cardinal, as it represents like values of infinity, and I guess the distance from like one number, the infinite range between one digit number to another, that it's supposed to be beyond infinity and thus beyond like that's supposed to be what 0 represents, or something to that nature. I'm probably butchering their explanation. Not saying that's right or wrong. That's just the explanation they seem to give.
I see.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong per se. But I was gonna go to character stats is what their understanding is, even by cardinality, that's not how that really works at all. Like seriously.
I was actually gonna ask. Like, I think they claimed, if I'm not mistaken, their argument. I believe they claimed. Could be wrong here, of course, completely. If they claimed that, like, I guess the next number after like infinity was like 0. I'm thinking to myself, like, is that true?
No, it's
like,
not.
Isn't infinity supposed to be a range? I mean, I know it's technically a numerical value, but doesn't it just more range than like a set position?
Well, here's the thing about that. Cardinality in itself is just basically sets. In its most rawest basic form, cardinality is sets. Now, why that particularly matters per se is, even by cardinality standards, how inaccessible works would not be really anything more special than infinite is. But then again, I have to go into a whole cardinality stuff, and I don't even feel like going into that.
As long as I understand, as much as I understand, it just seems to be that the difference in like the cardinality is just one infinite range of numbers to another, as far as a layman's understanding. Yes. Like, I know there's more complicated nuances to it. Yes, but.
No, I just, again, like I said, honestly, like I said, I wouldn't have so much issues with the whole inaccessible thing if it just wasn't basically created out of a dishonest premise and just lack of understanding actual math.
Fine with me. I always found the term to be like really weird, because like, to me it felt weird for a couple of reasons. So it wasn't just that, it was that like, it's like, well, it qualifies for like timeless voids, and I'm like, okay, but what about like time stops? And they're just like, no, that's like resistance to time manipulation. I'm like, so you're telling me there's like no discernible circumstance in which like a person could be moving so fast that they'd be moving faster than the flow of time being forcibly stopped around them, and it would just be time resistance, or like a causality? Like, there's got to be a circumstance in fiction where that's not necessarily the case.
I mean, I personally don't treat moving in a time. I don't treat moving in a time stop as inherently infinite. I would at most use it as supporting evidence personally.
I do use it as supporting evidence. I never use it as the point, but I'll usually say, especially when I use examples of DMC, like, these characters are already acausal. Like, these characters already have feats of like existing in and outside of time in that manner where it does like nothing to them, and they already have different, better feats of infinite speed. So it's like, this example can't necessarily just be like time resistance. Then there's also the problem that like some of those characters with like raw power can be affected by like other forms of time manipulation. So it's like, causality is not really what we're talking about here. It all requires context, I think. Like, I would never say like, well, this guy broke out of a time stop. Obviously, he's like infinite speed. I would need some supporting evidence. Generally, I'll try to go for a statement that's like related to an infinite distance or an infinite area being cooled or affected.
Dragon Ball skills be like.
Hang on. How much do I need? I need 300 more.
To be fair, I know you don't like that, Neo, but like the infinite world of void, it still exists.
Oh, something like that.
Why can't the ghosts of the ancient ones, let that sink in, have infinite speed? I don't know why, but I read that as the ghosts of the past Yu-Gi-Oh set.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got Sekiro because my brother bought it.
Ooh. Finally, you can play a good Souls game. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? What I meant to say was you can play Souls meets Ninja Gaiden. I don't know. I guess.
I mean, like I'm familiar with your opinions on the actual game itself. I am looking forward to seeing if it holds up to your to what you claim.
It's a good game. It's not. The stealth sections in that game are nothing like what you'd see in Hitman and Metal Gear Solid, so don't expect this to be like, I threw this item over here and this NPC had like a full AI walk path, basically had scripted dialogue, I don't know, like had a full quest line by the time I went over and shoved this sword down his throat. Like, it's just a serviceable stealth section, really. It gets the job done, if that makes sense.
I can buy it. What are you talking about, Mangler? Sekiro isn't Bloodborne?
Oh no, it's actually much better design than that.
Bro. Okay, man.
Hey, I don't pay money for 30 FPS stuff.
Mangler just shows up like, no Souls game is comparable to Sekiro. They're all trash.
Dude, I don't even think Dark Souls 2 is comparable. I still think that's a better design game than most of those. And again, unlike most people who played the Souls games, I actually played all of them with different builds, so I was able to evaluate their game mechanics at a pure level.
This must be how, you know, hey Neo, I just want you to know how you're feeling right now. That's how I felt whenever you guys talked about SMT3. Hang on.
Well, I've been looking at this screen, this downloading screen of Yu-Gi-Oh cards just flying at my face.
Yeah, for like 10 minutes now, right? Alright, Neelin, I want you to stand there and look pretty. And also keep checking off my ass.
Is this what the afterlife looks like in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime? You're just like trying to get there and you're just stuck in like the loading screen. You're just buffering. And you just see this bar fill up, like don't worry, you're almost on your way there. You know the fucking
wow, Neelin, that was some bad luck. What the hell is our teammates doing? Honestly, the fact that they can fucking just fuck with us up there is fucking stupid. There we go. I am looking forward to Sekiro though, since like fucking I wasn't a big fan of Dark Souls 3, but Mangler's assured me that like Sekiro plays nothing like Dark Souls 3.
So,
is he lying to me?
So to give you a perspective, basically, what I've always said about Sekiro is that it was essentially Miyazaki's dream when he was trying to make Dark Souls 3. And I say that because I mean, like, every attempt in earnest that he made with the main gameplay of that game, which was just super aggro-aggressive as fuck, direct attack builds, which I don't want anyone to tell me otherwise. That was exactly what his intentions were with that game, because the entire meta of that game is revolved around giant broadswords, dex weapons, and massive strength builds. And Sekiro just basically takes that concept, revs it up to 11 by giving you even more aggression, but gives you mass mobility mechanics and tons of like quick gadgets and things to facilitate that aggressive gameplay. That's why I consider it to be a much better game than Dark Souls, because it's not dishonest about what it wants to be. It's like, yeah, no, I get that. Like, I want to be aggressive as fuck, So the entire game gives you all these tools to be aggressive as fuck. I'm like, that's fine. At least we got off on the good foot here. Like, we're very clear about what we want. We're not gonna say, oh, well, this is an RPG, so it's about role playing. I'm like, okay, so why did 90% of your assets suck ass? Clearly, it can't be role playing if the game is catered mainly to one group of people. It's one thing to be stronger; it's another thing for them to be completely invalid.
I'm gonna just say you probably should play a little bit more RPGs.
What?
I
Hang on a minute. What?
Generally speaking, the purpose of an RPG is to offer as many options as possible. Some are going to be undoubtedly stronger than others. In fact, it's an inevitability. But the point where like most of their assets are completely useless, and through most portions of the game, even in like newer playthroughs, is kind of like it's just bad design. You could say that's an RPG. Like some of them are going to be designed like that. Yeah, and I think they would be bad for those reasons.
Well, I had this conversation with Zim as well. It depends on what you look for in a game, though.
Well, so if something is stated to be an RPG, that is to say a role-playing game, and the way that it demonstrates its role-playing elements, in the case of Souls, is that it gives me, a skill list with distinct amount of points that affect a certain amount of attributes that can affect my game to a degree. I need to be able to get enough reward off of those attributes and skills. So, for example, I need to do enough damage. There needs to be a reasonable list of requirements for me to use the weapons at a certain point in time. There needs to be enough weapons at that point of the game for me to even be able to use it. If we were to talk about like strength or dex in Dark Souls 3, we don't even need to have this discussion because strength or dex is littered all over the games. As that's the case with like every Dark Souls game, honestly. It's like the main build of the cater. The difference is that Dark Souls 1, the difference is Dark Souls 2. There are actually options that exist for most of those builds throughout most of the game, outside of strength and dex. For magic in Dark Souls 3, basically non-existent. Everything that is usable in magic does so little damage in the early game that it's practically useless outside of the first steps. And then every enemy in the game is scaled to have massive magic resistance, so you're literally at a massive disadvantage. Your frame data is horrific compared to other counter builds. And those are just a couple examples. I could go on. Like, I would just say, in my personal opinion, I would prefer it. Well, in my personal opinion, I think it's bad. As far as how I would define an RPG, I would say it needs to be better to be considered like good role-playing aspects. They need to be at least somewhat comparable, and they're not even comparable to like a fraction of the effectiveness of strength and dex builds. Is that, I guess, a suitable enough explanation? Hopefully I didn't miss anything.
Okay, but what I was gonna get at too is that like that's cool and all, but again, and here's the issue that I have. This is one of the reasons why whenever I speak about a game, I don't speak from it like it's somewhat of an objective point of view.
I mean, most things can be objectified if we're using, especially if we're using like game stats. A lot of it is really just numbers when it comes down to it. Sure, there are some subjective things, like I could say like piece of cloth looks like really, really cool to me. And I could maybe try and quantify that, but I probably wouldn't be able to capture that. But if I wanted to try and say that like this weapon is more effective because it comes out faster, does more damage, enemies are less resistant to it, I could say that's like subjective. I truly could. But I'm probably in the better position to be arguing that that's objective if those things are indeed true. Like, magic is objectively weaker as far as damage. Like that's not something like you can personally perceive. You can actually measure the amount of damage it does against most enemies. It's objectively weaker. It objectively comes out slower than most.
You ain't trying to stay alive, buddy. If not, it's okay. We'll push the bot.
I hope you guys are fine.
Well, no, that's not the issue that I'm having here, though. My issue that I'm having is that you're relating that to experiences what people would have with it, because at the end of the day, that may not be a favorable thing for you, but for someone else, they can tolerate it and grit through it.
An enemy has
I
been
definitely
slain.
tolerated it for most of my build. I played a miracle build, which, by the way, was also getting like clapped around as much as the magic builds. I actually had the most fun with the game with the miracle build. I just still considered it bad design for me to have to go through the entire game just to get a decent setup with it. And then when I finally got all that reward of all the farming, the crazy like sunlight medals, all of that capped off in the new game because every enemy had massive resistances and HP increases. Um, in the next playthrough. Which, granted, that does typically happen in New Game Plus, but you usually are able to at least do reasonable damage in most builds in previous games, at least up to like either halfway or most of the way into the second playthrough.
Good job, Newman.
So, I definitely didn't not have fun. I even had fun with many of my magic builds that were getting trashed around. It's just like the point came that like my magic build just really amounted in terms of damage to me just picking a dex weapon because I was also you're also forced to map into dex as a magic mage. Fun fact: you have to map into dex to make your magic seal effective because for some godforsaken reason, whoever designed Dark Souls 3 thought it was a good idea to put spellcasting speed under dexterity instead of under attunement.
Wasn't that always under attunement?
No, it was under attunement in Dark Souls 2, which fixed the system from Dark Souls 1, which just had like set casting speeds for each spell, which essentially power creeped every slow spell out of existence. It meant that like basically you could not use them unless you had a very, very, very niche specific circumstance.
I'm trying to think if we can do one more. We got 20 minutes. Alright, let's do one more.
Twos allowed
Well,
like
what,
good builds to have some relevance.
When he starts talking about Dark Souls, he takes a while.
Sorry. There's a lot to talk
well,
about.
what I want to get down to hammer down is that, well, if it's entertaining, then that really shouldn't matter. At least from my perspective, the whole point of a game's existence is to entertain in some fashion. The whole point of a media in general is to entertain. That's the reason it was created in general. My thing is like if it entertains in some fashion, then it really that's all that should matter. In my personal opinion, whether it's whether you see it as an objectively good or bad thing, that in my personal opinion doesn't really matter, like at all.
I mean, I think that's probably a respectable stance to take. I'm just saying, like, even though I had fun with the game, my fun was not outweighed by the bad design of the game. My net experience was a negative one. And there were some really fun fucking moments in Dark Souls 3, don't get me wrong. There's especially fun moments in that game when you get invaded by the blue police, but then you get like two invaders and you just go gank the host in this massive like fucking battle royale with like six fucking people in a room. Those are hilarious as crazy. Like, yeah, there's a lot of moments in Dark Souls 3 that can be exceptionally fun. I just think the experience overall, like, isn't that good. It's just most people won't criticize this or have this view because most people who play Dark Souls 3 either play it with their friends or they play strength or dex builds. They don't actually see any of the flaws because they play the game in a way that was never intended to experience any of those flaws.
This is more like Master You.
Well, that's cool. That's also cool as well. But really nowadays, I had this talk with someone else, but from a completely different server as well. Really nowadays, I kind of just really just laugh at the idea of just because again, it's good to look at a game from a quote unquote unbiased perspective. I mean, because it's not really unbiased because every review is biased in some form. That's just how it is. But regardless, it's good to look at a game that way. But I don't really think it should matter at all because at the end of the day, it's like, why does how quote unquote perceived good or bad it is really matter when the whole point of a game or any consumable media is to entertain you? And if you got entertainment value from it, then what's the point of really like
So,
looking? What's the point of really looking deeper beyond that, beyond just either
All right.
comparison
All
or
right.
or something like that?
All right.
That's my
I will raise you your standard raise. And what if I talk about what's frustrating about the game? How it stopped my enjoyment.
I I was I was actually just gonna say like aside from the interesting conversation that it brings, bringing people into the game is also another reason I would say
There's
that
something wrong with if I think any is
to make it
hot. Yeah,
talk about
yeah.
why
There's
things
something
are
wrong with
good or
you.
why
I'm not
things
gonna
are
deny
bad.
anything. There's
I
something wrong with
really
you.
want people to share in this knowledge or information so that they could make better judgments.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it. Like no, obviously stuff like that is good because again, not every player responds to everything or and consumes everything the same way. It's good, but at the end of the day, what I'm really trying to get at here is that like it's good that that exists, but at the same time, I personally don't think that beyond judging it for how much it sticks with you or doesn't stick with you, beyond that, it really shouldn't matter.
I mean, well, in
Yeah,
fairness,
I
no
don't
opinions
try to
matter.
convince anyone who doesn't want to be convinced. If the Discord server is proof of that,
People are going with different
allow
perspectives.
me to reiterate
I
myself. Every
mean,
time someone says something really stupid, I
yeah,
don't go
people are
down
going
there
with different
and argue with
perspectives, but
them.
like the problem here is like to argue for the idea that there's not like inherently some things people can all agree on is just bad or so like or no. So let's use the terminology being thrown around. There's no good or bad. Let's say that one. Let's say frustrating. Let's use the term frustrating. Let's say Minecraft. Let's say every time you fell off one block in Minecraft, if you like were running, you died. Would you not say that as frustrating? Would you not
Maybe
say that
for
would impact the game, like in a negative light? It slows it down completely. Mobility is completely gone. Any mistake you make instantly is punished with death. That is fine with you? That is a good trait with you?
I mean, for me, no, it's not. But I don't speak for everyone though.
Okay,
Like,
so there are niche games that do. Actually, no, there's no niche game that applies that. There are some niche games that apply that principle, but would you not say that any mechanic that would so blatantly cause frustration would be considered a negative or potentially bad one?
funny enough, actually, no, I wouldn't. Here's the reason
So
why.
if anyone can get enjoyment out of it, it's not inherently a negative.
I mean, honestly, I don't. If someone can get enjoyment out of that, then hey, power to you. I don't see it. I don't see that as a like. Here's the thing: if someone gets an enjoyment out of something that was meant to be enjoyment, then I feel like if it fulfilled its purpose, thus fundamentally, okay, it achieved it. Like I understand that. Like that sounds really, that kind of like lowers the standard a bit. But like at the end of the day, how I personally look at it is I feel like the standard in itself. Well, where did that come from?
Well,
It
okay. So that's fair. Does that only apply to video games?
Well, here's where things get a little bit hazy. Because, well, if we're just talking about the general standard of entertainment, in my personal opinion, again, I keep bringing up this movie because I really feel like it fills the example. The Room. The Room is widely considered to be a terrible movie and the likes. Yeah, it has its issues. But at the end of the day, like, there's so many people such as myself who still do watch it, probably watch it more than a lot of actually considered to be good movies. And it just because it has entertainment value, or at least we perceive it as entertainment value from it. I mean, like again, it wasn't for the intended reasons, but it still nonetheless gives us something to look forward to, even if it is really stupid.
Okay. So then, does this principle only apply to entertainment? Would you apply this to other things in life as long as a single person gets enjoyment?
Well, life in itself is very different because, oh boy, how do I explain this?
Okay,
Yes and no for real life. Why? Because, well, I mean, then again, unless you know something I don't, life wasn't really created to be entertaining. It just is.
But you can't get entertainment from life, right? Like you have gotten entertainment from life. So would you
Oh
apply
yeah,
this
yeah.
principle? Okay, so there's no
Well,
negative bad things in life then.
Well, not exactly, because here's the thing about that: entertainment and life in itself are created for two fundamentally different reasons, or just is two fundamentally different things. I mean, then again, we don't know if the universe is Well, we don't know if the universe was created by something or not, but that's a whole different discussion in itself. What I'm trying to get at here is that like these two different worlds in themselves, they're way different to where like the standard in itself you could apply it, but it's not going to really work for just how different they were meant to be. I mean, unless there's some sort of game programmer who made this world as it is. I don't know.
Okay, so let's throw out a philosophical hypothetical. Let's say this world was created to give entertainment, but we don't know that. But there was like, let's say, brain in the jar incident. If you've done philosophy, stuff like that, it was created to give
Yeah.
entertainment. So by your logic, there would be no negative or bad things in general.
Well, still, here's the thing about that. Still, let's say if we do go on that theoretical path, it's still a bit hazy, and let me explain still why this is. Because fiction in itself, or entertainment in itself, it's meant to imitate reality in some type of fashion, but not supposed to focus on, well, okay, let's put it this way. It's supposed to imitate reality, but not focus on every attribute of reality in itself, or at least initially wasn't, because nowadays it can be different. It can be that way. But entertainment in itself was created as essentially an escape from reality, or at least in some form.
So, would you say that anything a person perceives as entertainment would fall under your criteria as well? That there wouldn't be inherently negative? Because, like, entertainment by itself is also subjective as well.
That is true, and that is true, and again, again, when we do apply this to real life in itself, it does become hazy, but at the same time, entertainment and media in itself still, it has a very, very, very different, or at least as far as we know, because again, I'm not omniscient, so I can't really say. But
oh my gosh, this game is still downloading.
Oh, Neon, get that kill! Neon, get that kill!
Sorry,
I don't know. Like, I understand where you're coming. I understand where you're going with this. I understand perfectly where you're about to go with this, and I can understand that point of view. It's just that at the same time as well, yeah, it's very, very, very weird. Because like once you go down this path, then you also have to consider, yeah.
Well, just in case no one else was thinking, like, people don't, I think where, like, the thought experiment was going there. It was gonna go into some dark territory, more or less about, like, by your logic, torturing someone, murder, and stuff like that would have no inherent net negatives and would not be inherently a net negative. And so, like, that was gonna be where I was gonna go with, like, since you claim there's no such thing as a bad thing or anything like that, or an objectively bad thing, would you say those things are not objectively bad?
Well,
like if I told you, well, actually you are, by claiming this entertainment stance and extrapolating, again, because based on perspective entertainment, there's no inherent negatives, you would argue that there's no, inherent bad or negative or objectively bad thing.
Well, no, that wouldn't extend to just, okay, let me explain it this way. By me saying that, like, someone can find entertainment in something, like, frustrating, that per se, well, here's the thing about that as well. It doesn't mean that there isn't an objectively bad.
Okay.
There isn't
I'm going to stop you right here, because if you say there is some objectively bad thing, that is not what you have been saying when it comes to game design.
Well, no. I mean, as far as game design goes, I mean, it depends.
I guess let's say entertainment-wise, to make sense, we're going for a little more broad of a subject here.
Yeah, because again, I never said there's no such. Well, then again, I never was going towards the idea that there's no such thing as an objectively bad or good thing, but more so as far as like something you can consume and enjoy in itself.
Okay, but so then there's no limit to that then, because that can fall under anything. I can give you the most fucked up scenario, and I'm sure if you've been around like the internet in its early days in the deep web, I'm sure you can find examples of it where that. Like, you can find that as someone using it as entertainment. Like, the idea that there's no inherent objective good or bad is, I mean, like, I guess by that logic then that, I guess you could argue that the rules of, like, society's laws and everything are different because of, like, individual perspective, but wouldn't they be subjectivity then? Because if we don't have a grand creator who's telling us what's objectively good or bad, would the objective rules not be established by what the norm is?
Well, I mean, honestly, if we're gonna go down this path, which we already are at this point, in my personal opinion, there is such a thing as morale, but not an objective morale.
Okay, so then what's the point of? So then how's there morale if there's not an objective morale? Like,
well, let's put it this way. Well, okay, here's the thing about the term objective would denote something that's just universal and constant. Yes. Morale in itself. Here's the thing this way, it changes depending on certain things. Let me put it this way. Let me highlight this, right? So let's just say that you have let's put it this way. Let's say that you have in a society per se, let me think real quick. So I remember pulling this before as well, and I'm trying to better explain this like before than I did in text. So I put this to words. Let me actually go back to it real quick. Actually, hold on a second. Let me actually go back to it. I have like a very elaborate something I described this with actually. Let me go back to this. Hold on.
Oh, son of a gun got ganked. Oh, but I still survived anyways. Damn, I'm good.
Go back.
Too easy.
Give me a minute.
And if you manage to make it back,
Nostalgia, yeah, for
get back
now,
in time to like
What is she doing here?
15 minutes before this conversation and convince me not to download this game. Thank you.
Here's the house stop the argument with me. And I put being can indeed not sin. You for murder and sin. You for bad game design. No, so like the problem is that when you try to throw out this because again, so Neil's statement is a blanket 100% statement that there's no such thing as bad, well, entertainment or inherently bad entertainment as long as it serves the purpose of entertaining somebody. So this is where like you can extrapolate this to mean the most fucked up things, and by Neil's logic, he has to say it's not bad, and like that, like obviously to anyone else who exists, unless they're sick people, they're gonna say that's bad. Like you can extrapolate this so badly to the point where it's like, are you really sure there's not? Or you know what? Maybe I should just make it a little simpler. A game that can't be played with any controller whatsoever. Is that not a bad game? Maybe I should have just gone something like that, because I was thinking about that this is like halfway through this discussion.
Well, I mean, here's the thing about that. This also comes in the factor that a game is the. Well, this also comes into this as well. I mean, again, a game without something that doesn't have like are you just talking about like basically like a blank screen or just
no. Like let's say Super Mario is right there in front of you. It's a game that you see is playable, but it works with no controller whatsoever. Is that not a bad game design? Is that not objectively bad game design?
Well, here's the thing with that. A game is supposed to be interactive in a way. So, in a way, yeah, well, here's the thing about that as well. I also have to consider as well. What I did denote in my whole premise was that, like, okay. So, what I did actually denote in general was, in a sense, I know entertainment itself is a blanket statement, but what I want to particularly pertain to is the entertainment of the person that gets from the gameplay itself. What I mean by that mainly would be like, sure, let's just say that this thing, like this gameplay mechanics particularly is objectively bad. Okay, but like, well then again, if it's objectively bad or like just objectively something like factually, like by facts, like factually bad, like something like that's 100% fact. Well, for one thing, how's that a fact when that's coming from the mind itself, or just that's not something you can like feasibly observe?
Are you saying the mind cannot observe any like event?
Well, no. Let's put it this way: the whole definition, or well, then again, if you want to go down the same road I'm going, technically definition doesn't matter. But if we're going to stay within this realm of definition,
I'll let you.
If we're going to stay within this realm of definition, objective in itself is something that's factual that doesn't derive itself from the mind itself or any feeling whatsoever.
An objective truth is one that's usually not mired by other action. So for example, an objective truth would be in Dark Souls, if you pick up a sword, you can swing a sword. Is that not an objective truth?
Yeah, that is an objective truth.
Okay,
yes,
so if I now tell you that sword deals 0 damage, and that would be bad game design for a game we had to kill people, would you not say that is an objective truth?
Well, no.
Why not?
And simply put, you had to feel that way. Swinging a sword, you don't feel. You don't.
The game's purpose is to kill things, and they give you a weapon that can't kill things. Is that not objectively bad game design?
I mean, well, okay. Then this harpers back into the concept of objective, which is fact or universal truth. In terms of like it fulfilling its purpose, sure, we could say that it's objectively bad, but that's not the point. The point of a game is entertain.
Okay, so you're suggesting then, like, hang on a minute, hang on a minute. So no, oh,
Like,
I'm dead, hang on, oh, I'm still alive, and he does it. How does he do it? How does he do it?
Then, so would the assets in the game that are unable to entertain or have a difficult time entertaining, we consider them worse assets than the one that have an easier time entertaining?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, I wanted to let Zim finish actually. If you're gonna say something.
Well, what I was gonna say is then, like, so then is not completing the objective of the game in your eyes the objective rule of the game, like the objective goal, and it can't perform that purpose. You would say that is not bad game design.
No, what I think would be bad is if a game doesn't entertain, but that in itself is kind of hard to measure because, well,
Shouldn't a game be
Yeah.
able to fulfill its own purpose? Like, let's say you play chess, but the enemy's king piece is stuck in a safe room that you can never beat. Would that not be an objectively bad game since it's unwinnable?
well, I mean, an objectively bad game still would separate itself from entertainment value, though.
Well,
Like-
how so? Because what if someone likes moving the pieces around?
Well, I mean, okay, but like, the point is okay, but the point of the media is to like the point of the game may be bad, but like the media in itself is still meant to entertain you. So like, what of it then?
So then,
like-
so then you would say that a game that directly cannot fulfill its own purpose is not objectively bad game design.
I mean, sure, but what I was going for mainly was entertainment, and in itself, entertainment and the purpose of the game. They can correlate, but at the same time, it's not going to really impact one. Because again, as you mentioned, the game in itself doesn't fulfill its own purpose, but it still well, at least it theoretically can fulfill the purpose of entertaining, which was the purpose of the media to exist, or at least one of the purposes.
So as long as
Or-
one person finds enjoyment in it, it is not objectively bad game design in your eyes.
I
Even
mean-
if like the actual purpose of the game is not fulfilled or anything like that. Just as long as one single person, and in any condition, mind you, can find enjoyment in it, it is not objectively bad game design.
Well,
shit.
I mean,
Continue.
okay. I mean, this one's a bit okay. So this one's a bit hard to, I guess, explain because again, from the perspective of the game's goal itself, sure, but from the perspective of the purpose of the like game itself, of like the game itself per se, or not. Well, more like the media itself. That is my bad, not the game itself.
So if the game tried its purpose to be entertaining by, like, well, killing enemies, and you can't do that, but if someone just finds enjoyment in clicking the B button and rolling around, let's say a child, a toddler, finds enjoyment in that, it would not be objectively bad game design? That you can't complete the purpose of the game, but someone just found enjoyment in it in any regards?
Has destroyed a turret.
I mean, sure, I'd go with that.
Alright.
Shines above this caustic
I'm pretty sure people who enjoy
'Cause
games
again,
without controllers. Yeah, it's called people who
I
watch
said
Let's
that-
Plays.
Cause like when I speak of this, I really want to separate the like I want to separate like again, cause like where this would be an objectively bad thing for would be like the devs, I guess, because they didn't fulfill their purpose of the game. But like as far as the players go, the ones that you're appealing to, I mean, they succeeded, but like in the way that wasn't intended, but still succeeded, or at least in some way.
But like, so, well, I guess I'll let Mangler get his point in since he's been waiting again.
I was just gonna say I have no problem with differentiating entertainment from game design per se, and I think there are elements of entertainment that can be found in good game design. I do believe most of the game's intention is to make it entertaining. However, most games to me are made with a goal, usually expressly stated to have a goal by their developers, and I think if they didn't meet that goal, then they would have failed one of the foundational principles behind which they made the game, which it existed, which your entertainment, by the way, was conceived in the first place. And from that, we can derive like a lack of purpose. Even if we did find some entertainment after the fact, which is fortunate, the entire reason it exists in the first place, if entirely on accident, was for a completely different reason. And that's not to say that the reason that we found isn't valuable. I'm saying there was value there that was never achieved, and now it's gone. So I would say that would be a net loss of what is basically prescribed entertainment that should have been achieved but failed to do so. I think in ways like that you could derive that to be a failure of the medium, separate from the game design as a whole. Like for example, like I could say in Dark Souls 3, to give an example, miracles are poorly designed by the placement of where they're located in the game and the damage that they do. However, I could also say that it is an extremely satisfying animation to take the sunlight blade out and improve it and buff it across your weapon. And I believe it is. I think it's hella fucking satisfying to stab people with that thing, and it looks amazing. Or maybe it's that, or I think it's divine weapon technically, and it can also be somewhat useful. But like, I would consider those subjective points, and I find it to be very entertaining when I do that. Completely irrespective of how much damage it does, or how useful it actually is. So I don't think I have a problem with them being separated, but it does make a huge fundamental difference to me if developers or people who created it for a specific purpose, and that purpose isn't being met. I think that's a pretty massive detriment to the medium as a whole. Lothar.
Cool. Good stuff, Neon. Oh, Neon, run! Neon, run!
Honestly, my take on the whole like quality situation is that quality just simply can't be measured in absolutes, but you can measure it to a degree. It depends on how you interpret things.
Well, I don't have a problem with you liking or with you thinking that puts again like criticisms aren't false, but like the problem is that when you argue for the premise that there's no such thing as bad game design, which inherently is where this all started from. Because entertainment can be derived from it, is like, okay, I can give you the most absurd examples, and then like as Neo did, he did stand by his guns to be completely fair. Say that's fine, and it's like, but you can't complete the goal of the game. Like you can't do that. So I mean, separating entertainment is fine, but then it's like,
I feel like we have to look at this at like a significantly more basic level, like a very primitive stance of like hedonism.
Basically, my thought process can just simply can be summed up like this. Every person can have two different opinions on their two different critical thinking reasons on what their thoughts on a film is, and that they can both come to multiple examples of either like both are correct, both are wrong, and one's correct and the other's wrong, or the other's wrong but the other's correct. Basically stuff like that. Thing with like objectivity within thing about like objectivity within like
no, not you. You can keep going.
Is that it's not this? It should not be treated as the same thing as like an objective fact. Objective quality, while objectivity does exist within like the quality of media, it is not 100% the same as an objective fact, universal truth. Because for one thing, objective quality will still have to derive from a level of perception, which is just really a human thing. It really just comes down to being a human thing in general.
So I kind of have to ask at this point, like, how much does everyone know about inductive reasoning? Because we're talking a lot about objective quality, but are we factoring in, like, not just the idea, but the principle of how inductive reasoning works when we come to a conclusion about what we would define to be true? Because all objectivity is the assertion that something is most likely or will we have good reason to assume something to be true, which is to say it's
Oh
most
shit!
likely the case. Well, we can't state that something is with absolute certainty to be the case. We have good reason to assume it to be so.
And yeah, and this kind of leads into the whole thing about perception, reality, and the likes. Because here's the thing that I was kind of touching on earlier before. If you want to be technical, definition doesn't really exist.
Well, I think the definition found under inductive reasoning is enough for what I would define as objectivity. Is that something that is most likely to be the case, and most likely being 95% or higher, or some incredibly high percentage of like certainty. So, generally speaking, when I say objectivity, I usually mean that in lieu of the lack of like other conferring opinions that have, or pieces of information or conjectures that have as much likelihood are being snuffed out by this one. Essentially. Like less likely outcomes are being subjugated by this more likely one. They're being quashed. They're thrown to the side.
Yeah, I mean that's an understandable take as well. Like I said, I do agree with where you're going with there as well. But I also want to but what I really want to get at here is that what I want to get at here is even if you do go with the idea of objectivity is and the likes, as Ryan pointed out, there's no difference between objective fact as in something like what comes up must come down, which in the likes basically Earth's gravity and the likes. That's something that doesn't vary whatsoever on here. Like if you take something, it's gonna fall down. That doesn't vary. In objective quality, while there may be something that is there, that's still gonna vary to some degree, as Ryan pointed out. So it shouldn't be comparable to the same levels.
Quality is a bit difficult to talk about when we're talking about.
I mean, but technically gravity's not even an objective truth either, because gravity's actually technically never been proven. You just assume every time you throw something up in the air, it's gonna go down.
Again, inductive.
Oh my gosh, this goes into a whole rabbit hole.
Again, we just covered the principle of inductive reasoning. We're not operating under the assertion that we know that this pen that I drop from my hand will hit the ground. We have prior knowledge that in previous instances it will hit the ground. We don't know for certain that it will hit the ground. However, we have every single recordable instance of a person that has ever dropped it. It has indeed hit the ground. So we will.
Well, speak for yourself on that one.
I'm just trying to keep this within. Well, listen.
New evidence
I'm just trying to keep this within the grounds of with the assumption that everything that we perceive is an absolute. Just with that perception.
To be fair. Again, I kind of already covered that, so I think we're good. The gravity example is the simplest one to explain. It's just by far the simplest. At least that I can find. Maybe there's a simpler one. But it seems rather serviceable and appropriate.
Look, I'm just trying to keep this from just going into whole existential levels, alright? I want to keep this
existentially unless you want to. We all know that's how those conversations happen.
Damn it.
Well, either that, or because you were just playing the wrong Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and clearly you're just having your, you're just venting. Well, that reminded me, Neo.
Yeah.
Have you finally submitted to the Discord server and downloaded Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duels?
No, I'm not yet. You're not going to make me yield yet. It's not happening, dude. I'm sorry.
I love when you say this, and we've already converted Kyle, and I just convinced Excalibur the other day, so it's only a matter of time. One of us. One of us.
Not good, man. I was waiting for a while because I want to see how far it goes.
If it's a deck that you need, say no more. Somebody get this man a hentai deck.
Look, dude, I'm gonna be real. One of the real reasons why I haven't is because I just haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! In forever, and I really do not feel like getting back into it. I really, really, really don't.
Oscar, just send me the leaks and I'll take a look at them. I'll take a look at them when I can. I'm still in the leagues match here. That's my last one for the day.
I feel like since you mentioned that you've liked Dark Magician Girl in the past, we should send you the Magician Girl deck. That one's actually not that bad. It actually has a lot of cool effects. A lot of special summoning.
Expedition Girl is fucking hot.
See, you see, man. Look. I
I'm looking.
don't know what to say other than like, look, I just haven't not been in the Yu-Gi-Oh for a minute, and even then, I wouldn't even consider myself a top tier player. Anyways, I was just all right at best.
I don't think anyone here considers themselves a top tier player.
Speak for yourself. My god cards are top tier.
Dude, I will slap you.
Listen, I need you fucking mere mortals to understand what you guys think does not apply to me.
I'm sorry, but this god over here has needs like 3 fucking tributes to normal summon himself.
Shut up. That's to give you a chance. Shut up.
I guess what? These monarchs over here, they need
shut
that
up. You don't need to
just
speak.
summon
Shut up.
and they just quote do things.
Hey, my god cards can do things too. They look cool.
Yeah, they just take an excessive length of time.
Dude, I can turn one fucking Slifer you want to throw down.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I was never able to find that that Slifer picture, but basically,
Okay.
there was a Slifer deck out there that existed like blue
I guess
laptop.
I'll read this out real quickly. Since,
It existed like I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. It was when
I didn't get a chance to explain this.
I believe it was when that's what it was. That's what it was. It's fucking Empty Jar.
Yeah, that was a fucking great game, doing good shit there.
Empty Jar.
Hang on, let me read this guy's argument since he's been typing out the entire time. Okay, but here's how I'll type immediately. And I promote Beankin did not sin you for murder and sin you for bad game design. See right here, or basically what you can measure. Oh no, if I said Beyonce is the cutest woman on earth, then everyone considers the same about her. But every other girl has pro fans and cons. What's stopping us from saying Beyonce is objectively beauty? And if Beyonce dies, no other girl is cute because beautiness wouldn't exist anymore. Well, okay, so that would mean Beyonce would be the definitive concept of beauty. We're not. That was never up to discussion. Well, I don't think we were discussing. Well, I guess maybe we were discussing whether or not concept of bad existed. That's fair, I guess. So
No, it definitely came into that territories.
So if there's something, if it's a concept of perfection that gets destroyed, every other lower construct gets destroyed. If objectively bad design gets destroyed in the fabric of reality, other concepts in lower regions of reality wouldn't exist.
I don't think we're talking about it on the conceptual level. Maybe as it's put into practice, but not as it literally exists beyond like the very like fabric of reality. I don't think we were saying like, hey guys, imagine if like the idea of like entertainment was removed from our world. Like
the main reason I was going on so long is because it's very rare when you see someone defend in absolute position. So I wanted to see how far he'd actually go to see if he would actually buckle under that position. And to be fair, he did not. So he stuck to his guns to the end. But it's just always weird seeing like an absolute be defended.
I was just not expecting conjecture of the highest level. Like we're not going into Carl Jung and the collective unconscious here.
Well, not yet, at least.
Look, I don't want to be like 2 hours into this call, and Neo's just like, God, collective unconscious, don't stop the march of time. Like we're not reenacting Code Geass here, please.
Yeah, no, so that's more or less what that debate went on as long as it did, because I just want to see how far it goes, because again, like, you don't really see too many people defending an absolute position. So that's more or less what was going on there. But if that, which is an oxymoron, is destroyed, nothing else an oxymoron. Yeah, again, Dragon, unfortunately, we're not talking about destroying the official, like, the full concept of something. We're arguing if they exist or not that we can destroy them, but that they should be destroyed.
I don't know. One of these days, we'll get to the point where we can interact with concepts, maybe.
Anyone here in Jungian archetypes?
Yeah, we're familiar with them.
I mean, kind of. I'm familiar with them. Pretty familiar with them, but I don't personally care about how they're applied per se.
At any rate, that's going to be my last game, and that will be the end of today's stream. Where did we end up at, actually? Let's see. I think we actually ended up at 92 LP. 89. So we
not finished downloading.
Barely did not hit our goal of clearing Silver 1 because of, honestly, probably the Viego game. If we had won that Viego game, we probably would have cleared Silver 1 today. So, that means the next time we stream, if everything goes good, I'll either already be in Silver 1 because I play a little bit off stream, or we'll hit Silver 1 on the next stream. And, well,
Nella has a question. So what deck does Mingler and Kyle use? I think Kyle uses Cyber Dragons. Currently, I'm using Counter Fairies and Blue Eyes Scout decks.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah, so at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for today's stream. Thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day, and I'll see you guys on the next stream or video.